say I'm a little salty.
Bossy, 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 bossy. All the boys say I'm a little salty, but they kinda like it when I get a little bossy. Dancing around in my tight dress. Just look at me, I don't mean to be like that. All the boys say I'm a little salty, but they kinda like it when I get a little bossy. Gotta level up, gotta get naughty. Better about to leave on my last day of policy. To be like that, everywhere I go, collateral effects. All the boys say I'm a little salty, but they kinda like it when I get a little bossy. Bossy, 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 but they kinda like it when I get a little ballsy. Dancing around in my tight dress, feeling myself, got them all breaking their necks. Just look at me, I don't mean to be like that. Everywhere I go, collateral effects. All the boys say I'm a little salty, but they kinda like it when I get a little ballsy. Gotta level up, gotta get naughty. Better about to leave on my last day of policy. Yeah, yeah. You got me trippin', trippin', trippin' for your love. I'm trippin', trippin', I can't get enough. I'm trippin', trippin', usually I'm tough, but no, I'll never lie, usually like this. I tend to climb, but I can't resist. You got me trippin', trippin', trippin' for your love. I'm trippin', trippin', trippin'. Baby, go wait in line, doing my thing, don't have the time. I ain't sorry. Baby, I love my life, every day I'm in my prime. I don't. But the way you looking lately got me acting crazy, getting hot. Oh God, the way you make me wanna run to you. You make my mind go off track. You got me trippin', trippin', trippin' for your love. I'm trippin', trippin', I can't get enough. I'm trippin', trippin', usually I'm tough, but no, I'll never lie, usually like this. I tend to climb, but I can't resist. You got me trippin', trippin', trippin' for your love. I'm trippin', trippin', trippin'. Baby, don't feel the same, cause I got you inside my brain. I lose control. Yeah, you bring a different energy, and I wanna believe that you're the love of my life. You got me trippin', trippin', trippin' for your love. I'm trippin', trippin', I can't get enough. I'm trippin', trippin', usually I'm tough, but no, I'll never lie, usually like this. I tend to climb, but I can't resist. You got me trippin', trippin', trippin' for your love. I'm trippin', trippin', trippin'. On my knees, my hand is spinning. Do you feel the heat? Oh boy, you're winning. Got a hold on me. Man, that beat so nutty. Beat so nutty. Beat so nutty. Beat so nutty. Here we go. Beat so nutty. Beat so nutty. Beat so nutty. Beat so nutty. Man, that beat so nutty.
I've been thinking about your love tonight. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide.
Good morning. Oh my god, perfect timing to stop. Oh, fuck. Oh. I like it. Good morning. Guess what happens when it goes boom and I don't appear? Nothing. Because I'm the captain. Good morning. Hello, monitors. hello, airmen. How are we? Good morning. I'm so happy to see you guys. It was a new cow intro. I thought, why do the same cows need to get all of the love? Why is it good? Because I pressed go live. We got here. Do you know how close I was to not going live? Do you know? Literally, I'm not even kidding, guys. I know this is the stupidest thing you've ever heard. Lurk away, Formica. It's an important thing, and I believe Drumica's having a nap. That's also fine. I support it all. Where is my YouTube chat? Why sometimes it just don't want to come up? Oh no, just no one's chatting except for Harvey. Hi. Worse than Vanuatu? It might be. Okay. Oh, okay. Overall, Vanuatu was fun. Things about Vanuatu you need to know. Beaches, rock, not sand. Okay, I support people at work. I support people napping. I support people being drunk. I support it all. You're there? Okay. Thank you, Meg. Okay. Guys, I'm happy to see you. There are lots of things. Well, there's lots of nothing, right? Because I keep going back and forth from feeling extremely positive about the way things are going as a somewhat of a little bit of a a fan of diplomacy. I am feeling good. But then I see, what's up, pussies? Then I see Trump's moving a bunch of people over to the Middle East. I'm like, well, I wish you wouldn't, because I have faith in diplomacy. And I'm like, Joe, calm down. You don't like the time I start my stream? I'm so sorry. That's it. See, I streamed a different time. Ruff's streaming streak destroyed because of my selfishness. I am just feeling like, okay, everyone was like, oh my God. No, I don't know. When I say everyone was like, whenever I'm like, oh, everyone is doing this, please remember, I don't talk to anyone. So when I'm like, everyone was doing this, the people in my head, the people in my head are doing that. Everyone was like, oh, diplomacy failed. The talks, they didn't go well. Like, guys, first round talks, they are always. Is this the right place for the cabal meeting? Of course it is. First round talks are throat clearers. They're always like this. The idea that you would get, and now that they're talking about it being a comprehensive agreement, the idea that you would even get an extension of a ceasefire in 21 hours is crazy. That's not how diplomacy works. JCPOA took 5 years, basically 3 years of trust building, 2 years of actual negotiation. Like, you think you were going to end this in 21 hours? No. That was never going to happen. But big things happened, right? JD Vance and foreign Arachi, they met. Big things happened. We are in your head too. You are. And you don't live there rent-free. Because there is no rent. Because housing is a human right. In my mind, housing is your right. She doesn't love you. The amount... I feel like sometimes the universe delivers me news that is just to keep me entertained. And... Wait, I gotta find it. JD Vance literally saying to the Pope, okay, I'm a big fan of Pontifex, okay, so like, and then I know it's weird because I'm not Catholic, but in a way I am, even if I'm not, you know? Okay, headline from the New York Times reads, Vance says Pope should be more careful talking about theology. JD Vance says the Pope should be more careful talking about theology. He's not qualified. The thing is, J.D. Vance went to Yale, okay? And then he converted to Catholicism. So he knows more than the Pope. No, the Pope, that's hey, Wallach. That would be the Pope taking a woman's job, and we don't support that because the only person talking about AI is Melania. He's also, but like, what happened there? Do you think Trump was like, you're a Catholic, tell him? What happened? Honestly, did you, like, the Pope basically siding with Iran? Well, no, the Pope saying, guys, war is bad, stop it. And Iran being like, yeah, that's what we're saying. And then did you see that image where the AI image of Trump making himself Jesus, and then the propaganda coming out of Iran where they have Jesus fly in and push Donald Trump to hell? This is a cool Pope. I just can't get over the fact we're in a timeline where they low-key threatened, low-Kirkenuanly, one might say, because we must always hold space for Charlie Kirk, right? I just cannot believe that we live in a timeline where the White House low-Kirkenuanly threatened to kill the Pope. Yeah. What does being Catholic mean? Catholicism is a sect of Christianity, and it basically is different from Anglicanism or Protestantism, which is like maybe your like more mainstream. I'd say Anglican is relaxed Christian. Okay. Well, basically what happened was there was this little thing, a little schism, a little fight, a little argument that happened. Who connects to God? Do you have an individual connection to God, or do you need to go through the church? And yeah, they called it the Reformation. Then, I went to Church of England school, and that was because the king wanted a divorce because he got a crush. And that's the basic history of the whole thing. Yeah. I am not an Anglican. I had this fight with my family recently. I was baptized by a Catholic archbishop in an Anglican service. I am Catholic. What do you, okay, just to me, can I just be straight up with you guys? I don't want a relationship with God that's direct. All those people who are like, Jesus is my boyfriend, I'm in love with Jesus, blah, blah, blah. I don't really want us to have that kind of a relationship. I don't want us to be that close. I also like the idea... Dear Daddy God, exactly. I also love the idea, like, I have always been a real fan of the saints, because I'm like, God must be busy. He must. It makes sense to delegate. Have people specialize. St. Christopher, you lose something, you go to him. It makes sense to me. St. Francis Assisi, your dog is sick, you pray to him. That makes sense to me. Did you see the newest person who was sainted, the Zuma saint, Elysium? God is way too clingy, Johnny. Coffee at this hour, I have to stay awake. I have to do my work. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? Wait, I didn't read this. I found it funny that it caused a very public breakup with crypto-fascist Maloney too. If you're losing Mussolini 2.0 cosplayers for your rhetoric, you done fucked up. I think all the popes have been pretty good when it comes to not fucking with the war. Matthew, I did one morning and I felt like I missed my time slot. I was like, this is wrong. Mainlander in high school. What did Philip Mainlander? Okay, I gotta read this. I love religion conceptually. I just don't practice it in any kind of way because I don't believe it. Like, okay, even like, okay. Low key, there's shit that goes on in the Bible that really, first of all, Old Testament God, very mean. Very mean. And very like, what do you mean you get the person who like follows you the most and you go, oh, it's such like a girl move for God to be like, I don't think you love me. I just don't feel like you love me. I don't feel like you care about me at all. I don't feel like you care about me. And then he'd be like, wait, how can I prove it to you? How can I prove it to you? Kill your only son. Kill your baby. You know that one you wanted for ages and ages and ages and then I gave it to you? Kill him. No? Exactly my point. You don't fucking love me. And then, speaking of killing sons, you kill, and then being like, psych, right at the last minute, being like, oh my God, you were gonna fucking kill your baby, you little freak? That's your baby. I can't believe you're actually gonna do that. You're psycho. Exactly, Liddy Bros. Well, God does admit to being jealous in the middle. He's just like me, for real, for real. I know, the sainthood, aren't you glad that I told you about it? Oh, hi. Hello. We're monitoring. We're just bitching about God for a second. Because we gotta praise the Pope, but then remind everyone, like, it's not that serious. Okay, speaking of killing sons, though. You make your son die from crucifixion. Very painful death, by the way. You're like, you have to do it. You have to do it. You have to die. He's like, he's up. He's in Gethsemane. He's like, no, I don't want to die. I want to live. And his dad is like, well, you have to save all these people. You got to die for their sins. And he's like, I don't want to. And he's like, well, you have to. You have to be nailed to a cross and die a slow, painful public death. It's like, I don't want to do that. He's like, too bad, you have to. And I'm sitting here thinking, does he have to though? Because, like, I feel like you're all powerful and all forgiving. I just don't understand. Like, I don't get that. But listen, if you're a Christian person about to tell me and explain that to me, don't. There are some things I don't want answers to. That's one of them. Because you know what? I love the Judas thing. I love that. I'm not complaining, okay? I'm just saying, like, I relate so much to Jesus finding out that one of his friends was actually not fucking down. One of his friends was a mega bitch who betrayed him in the worst possible way. And he's like, okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have a party. And then at the party, I'm going to be like, hey guys. Ding, 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 ding. One of you will betray me. Yeah, prove it. All of you prove it. Prove that it's not you. Judas? Got anything to say? Because someone in this group is going to betray me. Anyone? That's what I thought. Anyway, that's going to happen. And when it happens, don't think I didn't know. Because I fucking knew. He got the bag. Welcome to Tribal. No wonder Jesus doesn't want to come back. Beef. The day he died, we call it Good Friday. We call it Good Friday. I wouldn't want to come back either. I've already been betrayed, pussies. Here's the thing you need to learn. When you're ruled by Saturn, no one is your friend. You have no friends. You only have lessons. And that's on God. Yeah, Catholics got his death. Everyone's walking around with his fucking method of death hanging around their neck. He's probably looking down me like, they're going to do it again. They're going to do it again. I'm not coming back. Crazy. You know? For real, on God, on God. They would too. Oh yeah, they would. They fucking would. So, what if God was one of us? Imagine if you were... No, Evan, it's not. It's not. And I need you to understand. Let's just do... Let me tell you a little bit about my chart. So Saturn is the planet of intense pressure, hard lessons, hold you back. Okay? You want it? Work harder. You having fun? Tricked ya. Lesson. You let your guard down? Oh. Lesson. Oh, I want to read this so fucking bad. I want to read the Gospel of Judas so bad. And then, okay, so I have my Aquarius sun, ruled by Saturn, my Capricorn moon, also ruled by Saturn. I'm a Cancer rising, which means that my planet is the moon, but because the moon is so changeable, you have to look at where the moon sign is. Remember, my moon is in Capricorn, Saturn again. All of this happening in the 7th house, which is the planet of close personal partnerships. So anytime that I get too close to someone, which by the way, by my chart is mandated as what I need to be successful and fulfilled in life, but anytime I do it, lesson. How dare you? Anyway, just... The moon is no planet. It is to me, baby. And she's beautiful. Did you see the recent pictures of her? Did you see her? One of the first cases of a woman being believed was when they witnessed Jesus rising from the dead. Was it his mummy? Was his mummy the first person that he appeared to? I don't remember, but if it wasn't his mummy, then that's fucked up, because if I died and came back to life, that would be my order of operations. Someone else? It better have been Mary. Otherwise, wait, I got some things to talk to you about. And that's right, you're in trouble. It's not me that's in trouble. Okay, so things that we want to... Okay, guys. I was thinking about just doing some research today to, 1, write some short form content. 2, I'm going to do a YouTube video on permanent security, and I'm going to try and get an interview with Dirk Moses for it. But he's a little scary. But I just have to start backing myself a bit more. So I'm going to write a script for a permanent security video, and I'm going to do short form content. At the moment, I don't know which one of you fuckers. Someone has reported my TikTok for impersonating me. And so I'm suspended for pretending to be myself. And I can't get them to tell me how I can prove to them that I am me. They're like, your account has been flagged by people for impersonation. I'm like, what? But I have another account, so haha. Yeah, finally having a disorganized and non-linear social ecosystem rocks. Yeah, so I want to write some short form. Can I tell you my problem with, like, when I'm chatting with you guys here, it's kind of like we're on FaceTime. You know? I'm just yep. But then I have to prove that apparently I'm impersonating. I have to prove that I'm me on the other platforms. I'm like, do I show you? But I have another account. Sounds something like a scam would do. I could do a Carolyn Levitt impersonation, don't you think? Hell yeah, Wallach. You better upstage. Thank you, Throw Aside. I know we're not allowed to say conservatives are pretty, but I rate Carolyn Levitt. Yeah, but when I talk to you guys, we're all having fun, you know, because it's like I'm on FaceTime, you're chatting, I'm just yapping, and I am too tired to do it, you're right. And when I do short form content, because it's like a recorded thing, I always feel, how do I say this in like a non-offensive way, like a massive fucking loser. You're not having fun, Sean? She's not got filler, she's pregnant. Do you know what happens to women when they're pregnant? They puff out. Their lips expand, their faces expand, everything expands. They retain water everywhere. Their feet grow. She doesn't have filler, and that is definitely the truth because filler would affect the baby. You're not allowed to get filler when you're pregnant. So, God, that coffee's good. Okay, yeah. So when I'm chatting to you, it's like, it's blah, 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 you know? Get mad at me, Sean. Say something without, you can say something and I can get mad at you. And then we can be fine. She kind of already had the baby. She never went away. She had to go and do stuff with the baby if she had the baby. She had to go and have the baby. Sean, say it. Now, you can't say something that is going to make me mad. Oh, can I say something that's going to make you mad without you getting mad at me? Well, now you have to tell me. And I probably will get mad at you. But this is part of what we do here. No, that's fine. You're allowed to. I'm not going to get mad at you for that. Yeah, she's having another one. She preggies. She's up the duff. Yeah, but when we talk here, I feel like something's going on between Jas and Evan that's coming over from Pixel's universe. I don't have the full backstory. I feel like I'm jumping into like just a random Marvel movie without any of the context of the other movies, which is what would happen to me if I watched a Marvel movie. But I feel like there's like a whole lot of stuff that other people would get. Like if I just watched the latest Fast and the Furious movie and I didn't watch any of the others. Oh, okay, you know each other in the real world. That explains it. Yeah, but when I do short, like, and when I watch people do short form, because it's so much more like, here's what's happening in the United States today that you need to know about. And I'm like, wow, embarrassing. But it's like you have to get all the facts out in a certain amount of time. But I hate pre-recorded content because it's kind of like, here I am trying to get you to listen to me. Okay, guys, here I am optimistic about diplomacy. I'm both Blonde Politics and The Silly Serious and 2 other accounts. But those are private accounts that I use like diaries, and I've got like 4 friends on them. Because it's not. Yeah, I feel really optimistic about diplomacy. So long as Israel behaves. I don't know. I haven't looked into. I was saying tonight, I was like, I don't know if I want to stream. I don't want to. I just feel like I repeat a lot of the same stuff about Iran at the moment. And my mum was like, well, can you stream about something else? And I was like, I haven't learned about anything else recently. I just learn all about Iran. But yeah, I was stressed out by the moving of troops, but I think it's just there as like a kind of like, hey, this fucks up. We're ready to go. We're G to G. I am, because I don't think, the thing is, Elysium, is that further war doesn't benefit anyone. Hey, Bad Horse, good morning. Continuing to fight, we're at a stage because the next escalation for Iran is hitting the electricity grid. That is not good for Iran. That is not good for the regime. If they can find a way out of it, that is better. If they can keep, I want to watch this Al Jazeera thing today. They did a counting the cost on the strait and the toll ideas and all that sort of stuff that I thought looked really interesting. Trump doesn't believe in diplomacy. 1,000%, I agree, but he wants to be done. And all he wants, deep in his heart, now that he realizes that what Netanyahu explained to him could be done is not true. There is no way to do what Netanyahu said was possible. Now that the expense of this has been realized, what he wants is a better deal than the JCPOA. Everything is always Obama +1. Zia, I hear what you're saying about Al Jazeera, but I disagree because, yeah, it's a Qatari. I mean, I watch and read news stations from all over the world, so I'm not like limited to one news source. The thing that I like about Al Jazeera is when I'm looking at news stations, it is the one that, if you are good at media literacy, it doesn't really matter where your news comes from as long as you know how to read media, right? The thing I like about Al Jazeera is that they are very quick in terms of having a turnaround when it comes to expert analysis. So finding that one person with the extremely specialized knowledge on the news story of the day. And I find that informative. There are things, and I have said it before, Marwan, who is their head political analyst, I don't listen to a thing he says. He's very opinionated, and that's fine because I understand the news source. I understand where people are coming from. If you have media literacy, you don't just discount an entire news station, right? You can read, like, in the same way that there's a huge difference between things like Times of Israel and Haaretz. Like, these are different news sources. There's something different between The Economist and fucking Jacobin. And if you understand what you are getting going in, you don't need ground news. You don't need ground news. You can do your own research to learn what the biases are of a news source where there are problems. How much could the regime endure electricity in terms of electricity hits? It would definitely have a bigger impact on the people. Yeah, and BBC Arabia is good too, Liddy Bros. I also find something that I really enjoy about Al Jazeera is like they truly have correspondents all over the world. Like there are people on the ground all over the world, which I'm not finding on other stations. And that I think is helpful. So I'm going to watch that. If I'm, as someone interested in international news, and wanting to watch the news. Like, I'm going to have to watch Al Jazeera because everyone else has shut down all their correspondence desks. So I don't have many options. In terms of electricity, it will have a bigger impact on the people. Obviously, the regime will take whatever electricity is left and make sure that they're provided before it goes out to the people. And that will eventually make the people upset, and eventually they will turn on the regime. But it still doesn't... how long can the regime survival isn't to do with like how long can they last without electricity. The regime survival is like how long do they last until everyone turns on them. But even then, it's like, I don't know. If you trade nuclear enrichment for sanctions removal again, how do we not just end up here again? Well, that's kind of what... Here's the thing. A huge part of, and it's positive to me that Trump and JD Vance are now signaling that they want a comprehensive deal, right? The whole basis of these negotiations are guarantee. How is this not going to happen again? Which is why the Strait is going to be such a big deal, because the Strait kind of is a guarantee, right? The only other kind of guarantees you can have are like, oh, China will interfere, and like you're not going to get a guarantee like that. Okay, China are not interested in that. But what you will get a diplomacy, especially in this case, but even more generally, it's all about scheduling. It's all about like, so for instance, as I said, JCPOA, it's like, well, that's what we're gonna watch, Elysium, because the tolls thing has very wide implications that I don't think people will want to accept. I think a comprehensive deal is more to do with like a comprehensive peace agreement with Gulf states around the Strait, a deal regarding nuclear enrichment, a deal regarding missiles, but it's going to have to be in the same way. And obviously this never worked, but like the Oslo Peace Accords were not a peace deal. They were preparation for a peace deal, right? This is how we're going to get to the point where we can discuss something like a two-state solution. But this is what we need to do in order to get there. So any sort of diplomatic deal that I think people get to here will be about, hey, what are the steps we're going to take over how many weeks? Like, what is it going to be? So you're going to dilute your uranium. You're going to not enrich for 5 years. No, you're not going to enrich for 20 years, right? We're going to remove sanctions. And, well, this is the thing, Elysium, there'll probably be some form of repayment, but it'll be like reparations, but they won't be called reparations. It'll be delivered in some interesting way that's discussed, where it's like, hey, why don't we have a joint business venture around electricity, right? And as I said, as I said during my daytime stream, my random daytime stream, if they can strike a deal on nuclear where they're not giving up their right, but they're coming up with a limited agreement. So something like, we won't enrich uranium for 5 years. We won't enrich uranium for 20 years. That's not giving up their right to enrich, right? But it's making an agreement not to enrich. And the whole thing about enrichment for them is the sovereignty issue. It is our right as signatories of the NPT to be able to do this. And to now tell us that we can't is to impinge on our sovereignty. However, they said fuck that to 20 years. Yeah, but we don't know. Like, His Royal Highness, maybe they said fuck that to 20 years. We don't know what's happening. They said fuck that to 20 years in the 24, 25 hour, 21 hour talks, the throat clearing talks. We don't know what is going to be said yes to. Because you need to, like, JCPOA was hundreds of hours of negotiation with technical experts going line by line, word by word. checking the meaning of absolutely everything. Someone saying fuck no to something on the first date, it doesn't matter. What we need to look at is on each, like from a commentator's perspective, from people looking on, it's more important for us to be like, why does each thing matter to each side? Because if you understand why it matters, you can kind of work out how far these things are going to be able to be pushed. I think Israel wants Iran to end up like Syria. I don't know where you fully get that impression. That's scary. Trump is a maximalist, but he wants to be done. This isn't good for him. He won't accept any amount of enriched uranium to remain in Iran. Sure, but they might agree to dilute the uranium that's there. They might agree to give it to Russia. They might agree to give it to Pakistan. They might agree to get rid of the uranium they have and not enrich for a period of time, right? That would be fine. I think that is something that is probably a likely outcome. I think Iran will budge on nuclear. Will they budge on their right to enrich uranium? No. Will they budge on doing it? Yes. Will they budge on their right to have highly enriched uranium? No. Will they give up what they have? Yes. I live my days as if it was my last. Doing it all night. The Camp David. Oh my. Peter Thiel. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God you're here. We have missed you. My time away, it's been shocking. It's been terrible. I wish to bask in the teal light. I think they would just Liddy Bros. I think when the JCPOA was ditched by America, the uranium thing was their only real lever, right? It was their only real button push that they were willing to use. So it was definitely saying, hey, you're sanctioning us. We don't have a deal. We don't have any way out of it. You won't come to the table. Maybe we can make you come to the table. I think the bomb, as I've said before, Ayatollah Khamenei Sr. was always very flexible around his fatwa on a nuclear weapon. And there's always been a cohort of people in Iran, in Iranian politics, who've wanted a nuclear weapon and pushed for it. But not an overwhelming majority. I don't sense, I mean, they had nuclear scientists as well. You know, they have these things, like, I think they want the capacity to do it without necessarily wanting to do it. But I definitely think enriching was a way to try and get US to come back and provide a deal. Yeah, I think they'll come up with a deal around energy for the civilian population. But that's the thing, they deploy, like, it's getting Americans to the table at every stage. I think it's a little bit of everything. Genuinely. I think it's like testing capacity, enriching so you have the supplies ready to go. Not quite like, you know, seeing what you can get away with. But I don't think it's like, I don't think there was a concrete decision and plan to build a bomb, to build a weapon. But I mean, I don't know. That's my instinct, but I don't know. Hey, Case. Welcome. The situation is situating. Wallach, I have on my computer a researched and edited 50-minute video on the Camp David Accords that I never uploaded because I just didn't think anyone would be interested. But in terms of a failure of diplomacy, that one is so interesting because the 12-day, like, you saying 12 days, that was the reason Camp David failed so spectacularly is because the required prep wasn't done. I know, but I just kind of feel like if I did, I get really scared about talking about Israel, guys. I'm sorry. Like, once all of this happened, I just kind of got to the point where I was like, everything, it doesn't matter how nuanced you are, it doesn't matter how considered you are, it doesn't matter how sensitive you are, you're going to be called anti-Semitic. And I'd just rather not talk about it. Oh, wait, fuck. I just Googled because I was just checking. You mean the Egypt Accords. I'm talking about the summit. You mean the actual accords between Sadat and Menachem Begin. Yeah, I'm talking about the Ehud Barak Camp David meetings, I guess. Night, Jas. I don't know much about... I know a lot about Menachem Begin, but I don't know much about the secret negotiations at Camp David in 1978. Yeah, well, the thing that makes the nuance worse, the people hate nuance because it's like then it's like, oh, you don't care about Palestinians enough. You're a traitor. It's like, okay, guys, fuck me. I just like I won't talk then. You find it flawed considering everything. Can you explain more of what you mean by that, Liddy? Like, what do you think now? That's letting them control the narrative with preemptive compliance. I know! Hey, K-Step, something you should know about me. I'm a little bitch. I have issues with people being upset with me. But this is K-Step. I'm not even criticizing anyone. I'm saying, well, I am criticizing Ehud Barak, but mainly for very human, very bad, but very human failures. Like, he was trying so hard to keep a coalition together, and he couldn't be brave. He wouldn't make any moves. We could watch it. We could watch my video, and it would kind of be like uploading it. Because it would be like, you would see it. I would interview I was thinking about this today. I was thinking about this actually in response to Al Jazeera, because I was thinking about how one day I had Al Jazeera on in the background and they were interviewing Paul Kagame, who I know technically is the leader of Rwanda, so it doesn't seem like a big deal. But if you're like me, you believe he shot that plane down, right? Like, I don't think he's a good guy. And I'm just like, it is important though, isn't it? It is important that someone interviews people.
Look at you.
Fucking shitty, holy mother of God. Thank you so much. I definitely am never scared by that at all. I am totally fine when I am rewarded. I'm fine. Thank you so much, Wallach. And thank you, Harris, for subbing before. How long? Well, this is the thing. I don't even remember it now, because that's how long ago I made it. The biggest thing will be like, I'll think I look ugly. Let me see if I can find it. We can watch a little bit of it at least. Da Vinci. Yeah, I used Da Vinci Resolve. I'm kind of like a pro. I made a video on Camp David, but I never uploaded it. ICJ. Thank you, Mr. Verbal. Thank you, Harris. That wasn't for you. That wasn't me telling you to gift. That was because you did it at the beginning of stream when the cows were on. But thank you all the same. Yeah, it's definitely poking the bear. Do I not have my own fucking video anymore? Girldozer, The Voice, Johnny Harris. Did I lose it? Yeah! I put so much work in. I cannot believe it. I think I know what I did. But that's really annoying. Okay, guys. I don't think I have it. Because I have all the individual clips. Was thinking we could be friends? I don't know. I have this like... Holy shit, I can't believe you're awake. Because if I knew you were awake, I would have called you earlier. I'm in turmoil. But you're not my friend. You can be my fan. You can be my number one fan. And I could maybe be your number one fan. Just an idea. I'm just throwing it around. I have all these clips of me, but I haven't edited them here. Also, I look so wild. See, this I filmed in 2024. I'm a baby. I'm a small child. I'm barely out of the womb. Wow, you've subbed to me 25 times, Pixel Smixel? Obsessed? It's like a long time to kind of be obsessed with me. I know, she's like kind of obsessed with me, guys. Hello, I know I've been away. This is me. Damn, old set too. Everything crazy. Also my face. What was I doing with it? Following Netanyahu's first term as Prime Minister, the peace process was in tatters. Netanyahu, who had always been... I can't show you it until it's edited. But at least we know that I didn't delete all the videos. That would have been stressful. Northern Lion is my favorite streamer. Northern Lion has just reached a streamer cruise for his rich fans to go on a cruise for Mexico. What would you do if you had no fear of the parasocial weirdos? I don't know what this question means. Would I go on a stream with Northern Lion? Absolutely. Would I go on a cruise with Northern Lion any day of the week? And he's right about so many things. I've made 3 videos that I haven't uploaded. Sometimes you just got to make the video and just let it sit and die a little death. Sometimes things have potential that they never reach it. My content is like me, okay? And I have this whole document that we were going to work on today. Where I've written out short form content, which I have not filmed. Because it's hard. Because it's embarrassing. But it's not embarrassing because I am... What are you saying? What would I... Oh, I get what you're saying. If I wasn't afraid of parasocial people, which afraid is like a... Let me put it this way. When it comes to parasociality, I am not afraid of parasocial things. I am doing everyone a service by ensuring that everything is clear. Right? You don't want to create situations where things become unclear for people. But if I could do something like Northern Lion is doing with his cruise, I would definitely have a rave and invite all of you. We would all rave and we would do it semi-regularly. And we would rave, and the news would be up on the wall, and we'd be mixing sound clips, and we would have a politics rave. Would I make myself a cruise centerpiece if I didn't care? No, I don't have the confidence to do that. Yeah, it would be Indian style newscast rave. I love Northern Lion though. The Rooster, what up? What are the topics of my TikToks? Okay. The first one is who are we talking to in Iran? Where I go through kind of the main people on the diplomatic team and the key people in the new regime, and explain their backgrounds. What's special about Northern Lion? I just find him very funny. I just enjoy he says things as well. God, what did he say? And it became a thing in our household for like weeks. No, I insist. He had a whole rant. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, Northern Lion the Gamer. Is it this? It's manners?
/mark.
Or is it? Here we go. It's the manners rant.
Hey, can I tell you something that...
Hang on. Let me get this up so you can watch it. This became like... You just need to see his face. That's what's important. This became a topic in our house for like...
Changed my life. Not having dinner manners.
Hi, Ali.
Now, I am not suggesting that you should eat with your mouth open and be gross like that. But I love my parents. This is a rare disagreement I have with my parents.
Oh, thank you.
I always grew up that you don't start eating until everybody at the table has their food. I think that as a kid, you're just like, that's polite. As an adult, I'm like, that's insane. Because I don't control, especially at a restaurant, I don't control when you get your food. The restaurant controls when you get your food, man.
So first of all, it's actual manners now to eat when your food arrives, because that's the polite, in a restaurant setting, that's the best thing for the chef, right? It's an insult to the chef, right? So he's correct here.
When your food arrives, you should eat it. Because that's and I don't care if you eat before I get my food, as long as you don't care if I eat before you get your food.
Where's the line?
-2. I get it. Like, you live with your parents. But like, at some point, you're probably going to figure out that like you can come up with your own opinions to things. You don't need to just piggyback on what they told you when you were growing up. And you may find yourself thinking differently. Why even go out to eat with people if that's the case? Hang on, I'm going to take my hands off the controller.
My chicken tenders haven't come out yet, and you're already eating your Caesar salad? I don't even want to be here anymore.
You see what that's probably not what you're saying, but that is the vibe you're giving off in that situation. Why even go out to eat in that case? Because you're spending time with friends in a different environment where you don't have to do the dishes.
Yeah.
The restaurant should try to time it so that everybody gets their food at the same time.
That's what Elysium
Yeah, I
said.
completely agree. But sometimes they don't. Sometimes they bring out 3 plates, and then you're sitting there for 5 minutes, and you're like, well, I don't want to start eating.
Can we also acknowledge, though, what a big ask that is to like time all of the dishes? Like, because different food takes a lot of different things to make. I fucking hate cooking. It is so stressful for me. Timing even the elements of one dish, even breakfast. Okay, let's say I'm making scrambled eggs. Let me explain. Let's say I am making myself eggs in the morning. I'm going to make scrambled eggs. I'm going to have sourdough slice of toast. I'm going to butter that. I'm going to put smoked salmon on top of that. Then the scrambled eggs are going to go on top of that. Then I'm going to cut chives on top of that. Okay? The bread is going to take 3 minutes. The eggs, I don't know, but I want to cook them slowly. But the eggs need my full attention. The eggs, I can't leave the egg. Right? And this is what I said to you about the oven. The reason I don't trust the oven is because I can leave the oven, and I don't like that. I like the stove where it's me and the stove. We're in 100%. You know what I mean? Like the stove and I, we're in it together. So I put the toast on. I got to crack the egg in a cup first so I can whisk it so that everything's already mixed perfectly for when I put it in the pan. Put it in the pan needs my full fucking attention. Okay? Toast pops. Fuck. Got to get the toast. I'm going to take eggs off the heat. Eggs are done, but I don't want them to cool down. Got to get this toast. Got to spread it. Got to pull the fucking smoked salmon out. Lay it. Everything is cooling down while this is happening. And this is just... And then I got to put the egg on that. I got to find the fucking salt and pepper. I got to put the chives. I've got to cut the chives up. And I just am like, this is not a way to start your day. How does anyone... Guys, whenever I hear planes and it's the middle of the night, I'm like, are we going to war? I just heard a plane. But it's like, I can't deal with that. I fucking hate cooking. And so then when someone's like, why can't the restaurant time it so everything comes out at once? The restaurant is barely... I don't know how the restaurant is doing what it's doing. So I'm not going to start being like, oh, can you make sure that this like Wagyu, I don't know, I don't eat cows obviously, but like, can you make sure that this incredibly complex dish comes out at the same time as this very simple dish? But they're good at cooking. You raise a point. I make either an omelet or an egg sausage cheese sandwich. How is it chill though? Egg sausage and cheese sound so... Are you cooking the sausage first? Because I don't like sausages. I'll cook a chicken sausage every now and then, but it's stressful because how do I know it's fully cooked? I'm here stressing about cooking my fucking sausage. I haven't even started on the eggs. What do you mean a sandy? Are you making the bread as well? I cooked the sausage first and then used grease. Guys, none of this is for me. You know what works for me? Oats. Perfection. Or even better, just a coffee. I'm not in the right frame of mind to deal with that sort of timing. Anyway, let me get to the point that he makes in this.
Because your food might be out in a minute, then I look impolite. Just talk to the people while you wait? Nah, brother, just eat your food. Honestly, if your food comes out before my food gets there, help yourself, quite frankly. Your food is best when they bring it to the table.
So
it would be impolite for me to make you wait to eat your food when it's at the optimum temperature. I'm a very much a go ahead and eat Andy. I'm not 2 years old. I'm not going to be like, you're eating, but I don't have food, so I can't eat yet. Like, that's juvenile behavior. The kitchen is responsible for making sure all the food comes out at the same time. Yeah, I know, but sometimes I think my game crashed. No!
I understand.
Sometimes you blow it. I'm not getting it. It's a hard job. I'm just saying. My game was cooking.
I need to find the bit. Has someone... The I insist rule. I need to...
In my opinion, people are manners crazy. What is being nice? If you open a door, you should give them one of these and hold the door open for the person that's behind you. You don't have to go, milady, and then step aside while open.
You know what fucking sucks though? When someone holds the door open for you and you're kind of not really close enough that it feels okay. Like you then feel like you're in a position where like, now I have to run for the door. That's fucking great. And now you feel bad that I'm running. So you created a situation where everyone feels bad. Thanks a lot.
Opening the door. But if you've already opened the door, you should extend your arm to keep it open until the person gets to the door. That's good manners. Me forcing you to look at your food until my food comes and it's a D20 roll, whether it's going to be 15 seconds or like 2 minutes or 5 minutes or 10 minutes, like that's not manners. That's just irrational. Just go ahead and eat. I'm not a little baby. I'm not going to be like, nobody can eat until the oldest person at the table gets their food. Because you know what's crazy is that people are like, it's manners. They say it in the same way that people say like, oh, it's common sense. You know what manners are in Korea? You don't look at someone if they're older than you when you're taking
I'm
an
just-
alcoholic drink. If you ask a 40-year-old Korean, they would say it's manners. If you ask a 40-year-old American, they would be like, that's
I'm
the
just
craziest
trying
shit
to get
I've
to
ever
the
heard.
fucking-
Manners are all things you learn from the culture. Some of that shit was baked into the culture 200 years ago and is no longer applicable. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not going to be mad at you if your food comes out and you eat before my food comes out. But here's the way it normally goes: is there's a deference, right? Your food comes out early. I say, go ahead and eat. We don't know how long my food will be. Then sometimes they'll protest and they say, no, I can wait. And I say, no, I insist.
Oh.
The real spirit of manners
Here it is.
within reason. The first person to insist gets their way.
Yes.
To resist and insist makes you the person with bad manners.
Yes.
If you go to pay for a bill and then a family member says, no, I got it, and you say, really, it's no problem, and they say, I insist, you're causing a problem if you say, no, I also insist.
He's
the
right.
first insister gets priority.
He's
you can't
right.
insist upon an insist. It's like a DMCA. A DMCA is a shot across the bow. If you counter a DMCA, if they counter that one, it goes to court. Okay? It's a arms race. As far as I'm concerned, if you respond to an insist with an I insist, then you're being impolite because you're saying your insistence is higher
More
than my
valuable than
insistence.
their insistence.
If I use that logic, I can get my way all the time as long as I insist first.
Yes.
Honest question, are you 4 years old? I mean, getting your way in this case is like paying your bills. Paying for a restaurant bill. Like, what are you going to insist upon? That's why I say within reason. Like, if I was going to go out with a friend and I said, let's go to this nice restaurant, and they said, let's go to Chuck E. Cheese, and then they said, I insist, sure, I would go to Chuck E. Cheese with them once. But then if they said, I insist a second time, I'm not asking them to go out again. You're the one who sounds for by being.
But anyway, you understand. So that Northern Line, the insist rule, became like a household topic for about a week. And it became a thing that we would do in the house. We'd be like, no, I insist. For everything. Everything became a matter of insistence. I love Northern Line. Okay, yeah. Just let me tell you, okay, my TikToks. So one is about all the people in political power. 2 is about whether or not the current regime is more like evidence to show that the current regime is worse than it was. Then I have something on the army chiefs resigning, which is now out of date, really. It's kind of old news. I'm not Aaron Parnas. Then I have the Strait of Hormuz and the oil situation globally. Then I have why a ground operation would be an absolute disaster. Then I have the truth about Iran's military capacity. Then I have how to win the war, which is about like basically how winning is impossible. Then I have casual ones, which is just like little one-liners that I've written that are about different things, like the problem with over-rationalizing in international relations, kind of like how we should look at people like Mearsheimer and Professor Pape, the Pope, understanding Tehran's thinking in negotiations, what Iran will look like after the war. I had stuff on the plane that got downed, but that obviously doesn't matter anymore. I have Gulf state politics. I have stuff on the axis of resistance. So I have all these like little research docs that I need to like fine-tune down into clean, fun, short form, pre-written content. What does winning the war look like? I hate this, but I feel like if I talk about it the way that I talk, people won't listen. So I don't have the answers. I gotta just get, I do have the answer. Do you know what the answer is? Joanna, get the fuck over yourself. I have the answer. I've always had the answer. But to have the answer and to live the answer, these things are separate. Use Claude, lol. Claude can't, this is the problem, Meg. I suck, But I also think I'm the fucking best. So you're like, use Claude. And I'm like, Claude could never be me. Yalla. Claude could never get my fun little tone. Claude would never think to call Netanyahu my boyfriend. That wouldn't occur to Claude. Claude would mention the height or star signs of anyone involved. Both important. Help incoming about a real ground war. 10K troops isn't much. 2003, Iraq had 450. Yeah, in all. And 1991, Iraq had 900K. Yeah, but well, like, this is like, that's why what I'm confused about is what is it just posturing then? Is that like the whole thing? Get over. I know, Ali. That's what I'm saying. Get over yourself. Claude wouldn't pretend to pretend to be the Ayatollah and talk about Tom Cruise. Exactly. Do you actually want to edit my freaking video, Wallach? Do you want that to be the stream content? It's a lot of me. Also, I look so crazy. I look exactly the same, but obviously when you look at yourself, you're like, who's she? No, Meg, I know. I understand. Everything that everyone is saying is correct. I'm arguing with you like a petulant child. Okay? You're talking sense. I don't want sense. I want to punish myself. Okay. But I don't want to we could co-work, but I don't think the Camp David video is going to go up. And what if I say something, I haven't watched this footage. What if I end up being like, fucking piece of shit. I'm not insisting against your insistence. If you insist, I have no choice but so many insistences have happened and I'm trying to keep up with them all. Okay, we'll watch a little bit of it until I get the cringe. And editing would bore you to tears, so we can't edit. We'll just have to see how rough. Let me just see. Following Netanyahu's first... There's this thing that happens, though, if you watch the raw footage, where I spend a minute getting face. I don't know if this makes sense to you, but I'm like... Following Netanyahu's term in office... It's like there's a way I want to hold my face, and I spend like 10 seconds prepping my face before I start talking. And it's going to come up in every video. Once Ehud Barak had a coalition... Okay, I'll show you and you'll see what I mean. I'll show you and you'll see what I mean. But keep in mind, to me, this woman is a different person. I don't recognize her, okay? Oh my God, I can't believe I'm showing you guys. This is going to kill me. Have I changed my thoughts on abundance? No, not really. Because I think I never believed that it was fully pushed from a think tank, right? Like Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson wrote those articles, not pushed by the think tank, right? Do I believe the entire movement is very much funded and funneled through, like a lot of the thinking does come from certain think tanks? Yes, because that is just true. A lot of the think tanks that are running with the abundance agenda happen to hold a lot of the same points of view. Do I believe the book fully came from the think tank? No, and I never made that claim. I made the claim that the ideas happen to coexist in another area, and that is something we should pay attention to. I made a mistake, right? Every now and then I do this thing where I'm like, I know how I will grow as a commentator and content creator. I'll have a little bit of sass in my tone. I'll have a clickbaity title. I'll say something with a little bit of strength. And every time I do, I get fucking punished. Everyone's like, oh, that's the silly serious. She fucking hated abundance and said it was bullshit. She's a total degrowther. Like, she fucking hates Ezra Klein, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, guys, calm down. I am simply saying that some very evil people who have a lot of power in government are pushing the abundance agenda. I don't believe that they paid for Ezra and Derek to come up with these ideas. These are their own ideas. Do I think that Ezra Klein is the brightest person to ever walk the planet? No. Do I think that of Derek? Absolutely not. So, me thinking they suck as political thinkers is independent from me being like, the thinking they suck thing is important insofar as it tells me that they are definitely people that could easily be used without even realizing it necessarily. So I'm not saying that they were paid off to create the abundance agenda. I'm not even saying the abundance agenda is supply side economics. It's not revolutionary. It's not like you haven't created this idea that no one's ever heard of. Supply side building things is good. Oh my God, why didn't anyone ever think of this before? Holy shit. Should we build? It's like, yeah, okay, supply side economics is a good platform. Okay, welcome to Politics 101. My problem was there's nothing revolutionary in here. Really bad people are using this as a way to infiltrate the Democratic Party. All of their examples show what terrible researchers they are. And I wrote it and I had a little bit of sass. And what would be some examples of political thinkers who you disagree with but you don't think they suck? Jeff Schulenberg. There are lots of people, particularly people on the right.
People are waiting.
Let me find Mary Harrington. I think is really interesting. Buff Soldier 96. But what's his name when he's actually fucking writing articles? I find him Ralph Leonard. Ralph Leonard. I find his writing very interesting. I don't agree with most of it. There are lots of people. There aren't many liberals because I don't necessarily like. Yeah, I mean, like, there are lots of people who I disagree with but find very intelligent in kind of that, like, when the heterodox was first becoming a thing. Like, there are lots of people I'm like, oh, you're very smart. I don't agree with anything you're saying. But there aren't many intelligent liberals that I'm going to disagree with. Ezra Klein just isn't that smart. Like, I think he's really good brand-wise. I think he's Ezra Klein is the kind of guy your 55-year-old mother loves. Ezra Klein, the same people who love Ezra Klein love Bill Clinton. Like, there's a charm about him, right? And so, but like, you want me to respect him as like a bright-minded liberal thinker? To me, I put him in the same category as, what was that guy? I mean, he's below Ronan Farrow. He's below any investigative journalist because he's an opinion writer. He's even below the like Pod Save America guys. I love Adam Tooze. I don't agree with everything he says. At all. But I am subscribed to his Substack. I do get his newsletter. I wish I had a gigaton brain like his. but yeah, you're not going to, like, I'm not going to heavily disagree with anyone on the left. I'll disagree with people on the far, far left. I'm not going to really disagree with liberals. I'm going to disagree with people whose job it is to just like be a professional opinion person who like to formalize, like, oh, here's this incredible idea no one's ever had. Like, no, you don't know how to research clearly because all of your examples don't actually support what you're saying, but that's fine. And then I'll disagree with, I don't know. I don't understand what this question is. Are there people that I disagree with that I don't think so? Yes, across the entire political spectrum. Because you also have to remember, at my very core, I'm a hater. There's nothing more that I enjoy than hating, which is shocking for me because I can't take it. So I shouldn't dish it. But I love criticism. I love hating. I love finding something to dislike about something. And because I love it so much, I'm equal opportunity. It has nothing to do with your political persuasion. If there's something I can criticize, I will. That's for everyone. Capitalism and liberalism have led us into a system of global exploitation and a burning. I mean, well, that would be Joe. Can I speak to you as one Joe to another? I don't have, like, okay, yeah, Meg, just quickly. I don't have strong feelings on Ezra. I occasionally I watch his stuff. I don't really care. Do I think he's an intellect? No, I don't. And if someone was like, is Ezra Klein's going to save the Democratic Party? No, I don't feel that way. That's just a personal opinion. But do I stay up and do I think about Ezra Klein other than when he is brought up to me? Not at all. I don't think about this man. I understand why you feel that way though, because I made an attempt to grow as a creator by having a strong opinion. And now everyone is constantly like, oh, that's the girl who fucking hates abundance. I'm like, oh, I'll never make that mistake ever again. My bad. I'll go back to what I'm good at. Maybe Ezra Klein sucks. Maybe he's great. Who knows? That's not for me to tell you. I'll give you some things to consider. You can come up with your own thing. I'll go back to that. That's where I'm comfortable. Yeah, Joe. From one Joe to another. Capitalism and liberalism, when invoked by people running, you don't need to be sorry. I should be sorry for my own behavior. Capitalism and liberalism, when invoked by people and people using their name and saying the actions that they're doing in their name, yes, that has led to a system of global exploitation and a burning planet. So I agree. Can the ideological concepts or ideas contained within those things be investigated in a way that is not attached to those things? I also think so. I think I'm not a liberal because I'm not an ideologue. I don't have an ideology. I don't believe that there is one size fits all for the entire world, for every state, for every time and place, for every situation. That to me is ridiculous. I'm a pluralist. You take the best bits of every system for the circumstances you're presented with. I'm like a classicist in that way. But there are things about liberalism that I think are great. Yeah, I don't know about ordoliberalism. Because I'm not set in a specific ideology. I'm not trying to find ways that this ideology works the best here or there. Because I'm like, what do I like about this? What do I like? But to me, I'm really focused on shit that's actually happening. If you want to call it liberalism, when I hear about, like, obviously even like liberals in Australia and liberals in America are very different. Well, they're not actually very different, but they're indicating to a different political group, right? to identify one way in each country is indicating, when people say they're a liberal in America, I don't assume that they have read John Rawls. I don't assume that they're, referring to the intellectual tenets of the ideology of liberalism. I assume they're telling me they vote Democrat. Okay. Someone says they're liberal in Australia. I assume they actually mean they're telling me they're on the right. And they support a free market. Yeah, it's got nothing to do with ideology. So then it's like I'm not wasting my time fucking around with that shit. That's why I don't give a fuck when people like talking about Marxist Leninism and shit. Like, I don't give a fuck. You are living in a world I am not living in. I'm not trying to take you out of that world. If you want to be there, ما في مشكلة. يا الله. أنا آسفة. أنا آسفة. Okay. I'm imperfect. Yeah, exactly, Meg. And it gives you flexibility. I don't think the situation in Sudan is the same as the situation in Britain. I'm not going to need the same ideas across the two things. And I don't think civilizations across history are the same. And these things that we come up with in things like political philosophy is like, how is the best way for the state to work? How is the best way for this to function? How is the best way for us to interact with one another? And I am just not in a world where I care what ideology you vibe with. I don't give a fuck. But I also don't give a fuck enough about not care. Like, when I say I don't care, I'm not saying that in an aggressive way. If you want to do that, that is fine. You have fun. Just, I don't want to play. I am busy trying to learn the different kinds of planes. Okay? So I don't need to know what variant of Marxism you're playing with. Who do you think is really good on climate policy? I actually, in Australia, I know. But who was I'm doing a video on climate change as well. This is one of my many written pieces of material that has not been made. I love not doing things. So let me just get up my obsidian to tell you who I was doing shit with that was interesting. What is that a script for? My genocide piece that I wrote that I never published because I got nervous. My Julian Assange piece. God, I love not releasing content. Climate. These are clips though. Where's the actual... No, these are clips. I think you're right. It may be self-edging. Okay, these two people, this isn't necessarily climate policy, but I was really learning a lot from David Edgerton and John Baptiste Friso, who are more working in the space of industrial policy. But I think the two go hand in hand. You can't really, unless you have a strong understanding of industrial policy, you're not really going to be able to deal with it. Why the loss of confidence after the huge success of the Dark Gothic MAGA video? It's not a loss of confidence. It's that the video itself didn't give me confidence. And I felt, this happens, oh God, this will sound like I'm giving myself a real fucking pat on the back. I sometimes have this thing where I will experience like a lot of success very early. And then I don't feel that I'm prepared to keep like I'm not, I don't know. To me, having a video that got like 2 million views, my immediate thought wasn't like, yay, look, I had this really successful video. Because also remember, I released it and it had like 1,000 views for months. So it just randomly blew up one night, months after. But when it blew up, my next thought wasn't like, hell yeah, like this is giving me a boost and I can't wait to go out and make content. Like, it's going to be so amazing. My immediate thought was like, holy fuck, how am I going to follow this up? And then my next thought was, no matter what you follow it up with, it won't achieve what you need to emotionally prepare for the fact that your next video is going to get 1,000 views. And that is kind of the reality, right? Like, it's like just because you have one success with a piece of content doesn't actually mean anything for the rest of your content. So I just, when I have a success like that, it never translates to me as confidence. It translates as pressure, because I'm like, oh, now everyone thinks, every time, like now, anytime anyone talks about me, they're always like, oh, she made that really good Dark Gothic MAGA video. And it's like, yeah, and that will be my crowning glory. And nothing I do will ever be as good as that. And so, like, yeah, that's just life though. But yeah, David Edgerton, really good. He has a book called The Shock of the Old. And I found it to be really good. Also, coming out of David Lipsky, coming out of NYU, has a book called The Parrot and the Igloo. I believe, let me look. David Lipsky. No, that's an author. He's a professional golfer. The Parrot and the Igloo. It is David Lipsky. Yeah. The Parrot and the Igloo was really interesting. It was on climate and the science of denial. So it looked at the history of climate policy in the US and also the history of those trying to work against it. Because the piece I was working on for YouTube was about techno-optimism or like techno or eco-modernism, techno-optimism or eco-modernism, where it's like this idea, don't worry about fixing climate because we're just going to come up with the technology to fix it, so you don't need to worry about it. So I was really interested in that angle. It's sort of similar to the abundance stuff, right? The same sort of people. My issue with abundance and my issue with eco-modernism are the same. So yeah, solar punk. I hope I have a TLOP. I hope I have a Jesus. But yeah, I'm very interested in this idea of like, it's like we can tech our way out of it as another form of climate denial. Merchants of Doubt is so good. It references Merchants of Doubt quite a lot. I think they are side-by-side reads. I think they're side-by-side reads. Originally, I planned, when I was in New York, I was like, you know what? I need to fucking shut up and stop telling you about my plans. Because what good is planning if you don't do? It's no good. But originally, I did plan to interview David Lipsky. I was like, I'll add an interview. Let me just see what we're gonna... I agree, Joe, to an extent, but there's also stuff that we just like that's kind of my point though, because we don't want the tech our way out of it. The people who are pushing the we can tech our way out of it aren't actually interested in the tech. They're interested in the R&D money, of course, but they're also interested in prolonging how long we use fossil fuels, because they're also connected to those industries and want money from those industries. Maybe we will watch this video on the straight and I will take notes. Also, everyone, guys, pray for Clavicular. He's in hospital. Pray for our little brother. How does replacing farmland with solar panels heal the climate? Well, why is that the option? Why is that the option? Little baby Clav went a bit hard and overdosed. Yeah, I pray for his soul. He's too young. I don't like, he's, the part of his brain that would tell him this is a bad decision and everything he's doing is a bad decision is not formed yet. And I don't know if he'll make it there. And no one around him is acting sensible. Yeah, he's living fast, dying young. Live fast, die young. Bad girls do it well. You know why it's over? You know why the Clav thing's over so soon? Because I said I wasn't interested in him anymore. He tried to kill himself. I was like, guys, I don't want to Clav anymore. And he was like, immediately, he's like, I want to die. Many such cases. It's the only explanation that makes any sense to me. God. You can't tell anyone anything anymore. It is my fault. I'm sorry. I feel bad that I did that to little bro. I should know the power of my words. Exactly. No, you're right. Many men don't survive past 25 because of frontal lobe. Look at the age of who. Not to bring it up again, but Peter Vere's Gallipoli. One of the key themes for most of the first part of the movie is that the boy isn't even old enough to sign up for war. He's too young to go, but he wants to go. Matthew, many such cases. Ziz is buried in Australia. Should I do some boots on the ground investigation and go to the grave of Ziz? I can take Pixel, because I think it's actually near her. Riverstone Cemetery, Angus. Oh no, it's in Sydney. I'm going to Sydney next weekend. Would you like me to go? Pilgrim to the Mausoleum of Ziz? I might. You know what? I'm going by myself, so who the fuck is going to stop me? I might do it. IRL stream from the grave of Ziz. No, I can't do that. I can't IRL stream from a graveyard. But I will. I'll go and I'll put flowers down. Okay. Live fast, die young, bad girls do it well. That's what's going on. Where is this thing that I want? Counting the cost. I actually only really know about Ziz because of the play that I'm writing. Because I'm very interested in the idea that no one can truly die on the internet. Hello, I'm new here. Can you clarify one thing for me? Is it true Iran finances terrorists around the world and they're involved in terrorist attacks in Russia? I don't know about Russia, but Iran definitely has other forces such as the Houthi, Hezbollah, Shiite militia in Iraq that it funds, Hamas that gets funds and support, financial support or military support from Iran, definitely. And groups like Hezbollah do terror activity around the world, not just in Lebanon and Israel. So yes, that is true. That's just true. But I don't know. I can't understand. It wouldn't make sense to me that they would fund a terrorist attack in Russia. Well, I didn't try to call them terrorist groups directly. However, to be quite fair, being a resistance group and being a terrorist group is not mutually exclusive. Many of these groups would admit to the fact that they use acts of terror as what they feel are legitimate forms of action to achieve a result and to resist against oppression. So terrorism can be a pejorative, or it can be just descriptive. Hezbollah are terrorists. They do terror attacks around the world. Now, is it true that Hezbollah defend Lebanon? Yes. Is it true that they defend the Shia sections of Lebanon in particular? Absolutely. Do they do terrorist attacks? Yes. But I'm equal opportunity. I'm more than happy to say that states do terror attacks. But yeah, exactly, dogs. I'm willing to call that terrorism. But to me that's not terrorism. It's something much more evil. Terrorism is doing an act to invoke terror in a civilization, doing it knowing that it will cause fear. I don't think that's what I think the bombing of the girls' school is, it can't be to cause terror because they don't view Iranians as people. It's something so much more sinister. A terrorist attack acknowledges people's humanity and decides that the value of what they are trying to achieve outweighs the value of the human life, right? They don't view this as human life. We have an opinion that they are sponsoring a terrorist organization from Syria that recruited people who committed... Syria is a melting pot of all sorts of different organizations funded by all sorts of different people, including the United States. Okay, so Syria created its mess of terrorist organizations funded by people all around the world. Israel's pager attack is state terror, 100%, Joe, 100%. That was state terror, right? Pogroms are, to me, state terror. There's lots of things that states can do that are terrorist attacks, but I don't think that a terrorist attack is based on the kind of outrageousness of the victims, right? I truly believe that a terrorist attack is something that is done with the terror being the central part of it. And if you don't view people as people, you can't actually be doing an attack to evoke that kind of emotion. The pages were to make people afraid to even mildly associate with Hezbollah. It was a double, like obviously there was like a decapitation element, but you're blowing up people's butts essentially with pages, right? It's to make, it's like you are not safe anywhere. So long as Hezbollah exists, you are not safe anywhere. This is what we want you to feel. We want you to live in a state of terror. Were civilians targeted? I mean, who the fuck? Ning Nang Nong's fog of war. I don't know. I don't know fucking shit. What I do know is, were civilians targeted? I don't know. Were civilians considered to the level that they should have been, knowing that if you attack every pager on a person associated with Hezbollah, do you know where they're going to be? Do you know that they're not going to be in a preschool? Do you know that they're not going to be holding a child? Do you know these things? No, you don't. You are taking that into account and deciding, no, that's part of what we want to achieve. Part of what we want to achieve is that anyone who associates with Hezbollah has to be in fear for their lives now. It's the same like the when they're attacking Beirut and they're like, oh, we're only attacking the southern suburbs, which are the Hezbollah stronghold. It's like, and people live there. It wasn't like Hezbollah went into the is it Dahia? The Dahia provinces? Yeah. Dahia. It wasn't like they went into the Dahia provinces and they were like, okay, everyone, all normal Beirut citizens. Dahia. Okay, thank you. Everyone else get out. This is Hezbollah only now. That didn't happen. The civilian combatant ratio over the last couple of years has gone so far out. Like it's not even, it's guys, to stop pretending it's proportional. Stop pretending you're even doing that math. You're not. You're not. Do you know what sickens me about that I learned? Do you know that the Israelis made money from selling the pages? So not only did they commit that terrorist attack, but they made money. Sickening. But yeah, I just, what I find really stressful these days is this like pick it up, put it down approach to international law. Like we could all agree international law was not perfect, okay? We could all agree international law is a toothless tiger, whatever. But like if you're gonna not follow it, don't turn around and be like, oh my God, this country is breaking international law. Look at what they're doing. That's against the law. That's a war crime. I'm sorry. And what have you been doing? What? That is pissing me off. That I have no, people who suddenly get very stringent on the law. Have you read the Anthony Lowenstein book, Liddy Bros? Of course it's the number one place for military startups because they have Gaza. Would you like to live test your technology? So Anthony Lowenstein, he's Australian, is Jewish Australian. I don't think he's Israeli Australian, but it's either called the Palestinian Laboratory or the Gaza Laboratory, and it's about how so much defense tech stuff is tested in Gaza and the West Bank, and how basically they use them as like beta testing. It's like, oh, would you like to test this in a real life war scenario? Because we have these people under a blockade and you can just test it there. Would you like us to blow something up so you can test it? It's like very scary and sad. The thing is, oh, they made a documentary series. Oh, we should watch it on stream. Francesca is not only the bomb.com, but she may be, I've never wanted to, well, no, that's not true. This happens, I experience this feeling a lot, but I want you to know I experience it very strongly with Francesca. when you're around her, you want to be her. She smokes. The way I had to stop myself from going and buying a pack, I was like, I must be her. I must smoke. I must be this incredibly amazing. Oh yeah, do you want to see? You and I could be a fantasy. I want to be a cool Italian international lawyer who stands up to the bad guys and has a cheeky cig. And by a cheeky cig, I mean she had about four cheeky cigs. Don't limit yourself. Wait, when was this? This was right after October 7. I'm about to show you guys. Do my little name droppy bullshit. Cause occasionally, you gotta let me do it occasionally. For Italians, that is a cheeky one. I am a big fan and a big believer in the cigarettes that don't count. Because there are many cigarettes that don't count. Look at this. Just two girly pops hanging about. Me and the coolest woman I've ever seen in my life. When she smoked, I thought, I gotta get a pack right now. Who's the lurker? I don't actually know who that guy is. But yeah. I know it was a big deal for her to meet me. No, obviously, she was giving a speech at the press club, and because I used to work for the Palestinian delegation, I was invited to do that and then go out to lunch with her. I don't have a press pass. Yeah, I met her at that. Yeah. Yes. So when she gave that first speech directly after October 7, so the Palestinian delegation had organized for her to come out unrelated to October 7. And then October 7 happened. And she was kind of like, well, I'm here. The Palestinian delegation does embassy services for Palestinians. But because Palestine isn't recognized as a state, it cannot call itself an embassy. So it's a delegation, informal. I never met Abbas, but technically, I guess he was in some way my boss. I never went to Palestine. But yeah. That's life. I've met Sheikh Zayed, and I've met the head of UNESCO at Sheikh Zayed's dinner. Inshallah. Inshallah. Did you show the videos? Did I show Francesca Albanese my little videos? No. No. You have to understand. I don't know. Where do you guys get this? I can't even ask you guys for money. Where do you get the idea that when I meet very cool, important people, I go up to them and I say, I would like to take this opportunity to self-promote. I'm like, excuse me, Francesca, would you like me to go and buy you a packet of cigarettes? And I too will buy myself one, and I would like to follow you around. I do touch my hair a lot because I grew up ugly. You don't get it. I didn't ask Francesca for $5. I did ask her for 5 minutes. If I could ask her some questions, and I was there with my little fucking moleskin. And I was like, excuse me. Could I just ask you a few follow-up questions? I'm coming at lunch, by the way. I'm coming at lunch. I was sitting with your friend. I'm very cool. You should have seen how cool I was when Liev Schreiber stood on my foot. It was like I didn't have feet. In that moment, my feet were his feet. Thank you, Matthew, for your understanding. Okay, I want to take notes while we watch this. In case I ever decide to make short form content. I got the hiccups. Wait, guys. Can I just put you on a black screen for a minute while I go and get my water bottle? Stop it! God, can anyone tell me how to make the windows not do this? This I hate. You're trying to put me in a little box. I don't want that. Liev Schreiber, he's built like a shit brick house. I was like, sir, step on me again. And I think he got confused. Wait, genuinely, I don't know if I told you this story before, but I'm going to tell you again. So I was there for Naomi Watts' film, and Naomi Watts is obviously his ex-wife. And Naomi Watts also happens to be a tall, blonde Australian. So when he stepped on my foot and turned around to say sorry, and I replied, no, it's totally fine. I think he was like, are you family? But I was like, yeah, anyway. None of this matters. He also dropped a pasta sauce in Whole Foods and it smashed. And I just thought, wow, what a back-to-back thing for it to happen to him. First, he steps on my foot, which I forgive him for. Graciously. Magnanimous of me, really. And then he drops a whole red pasta sauce right near the self-checkout at Whole Foods. Guys, just look at a black screen for a second while I get my water bottle. I don't know why. Okay, just look at that screen for a second. He definitely tells stories about that day. It was a huge day for both of us. No. I was not stalking Liev Schreiber. Okay, let me explain some things. I think maybe the universe wanted us to date. It didn't happen, but I'm there at the New York Film Festival, which I'm at every year. I'm doing what I'm doing. Liev Schreiber, I'm not even thinking, I never even seen your little show. I've not watched it. I didn't know who you are. To me, he stepped on my foot. I was like, God, he looks familiar. And then I was like, I bet he's famous. But by that stage, I was already like playing. And also, I was wearing my. Hang on, let me just wait 1 second again. Okay. Sometimes when I go to professional events, I feel out of my depth. Like I'm not serious enough. So I go in costume. So I had on my serious glasses so that I was giving more like film critic, writer. But they kind of work as a shield for me. And so he stood on my foot and I was kind of like, no, you're fine. And then he offered to buy me a drink, but that we were at the bar. We were literally right at the bar. Okay. And I was like, no, I'm fine. And in my head, I'm thinking, I think he's famous. And then he turns around and talks to the group and they're like, oh, by the way, congratulations on your Golden Globe. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? And then I walk like 3 steps away and I'm like, oh my God, it's Liev Schreiber. So he was definitely getting like, I don't know who you are vibes from my glasses, right? These were really doing the work. So it's kind of like, television? I don't have one of those. I have a screening room in my house, but I don't have a television. So I don't know of your work. And then the Whole Foods, we just happen to live in the same area. That just happens, you know? And any other day, if he hadn't stepped on my foot the day before, I wouldn't have recognized him. But I just thought, wow, a back-to-back? But I'm just going to my normal Whole Foods, you know? I'm just going to the New York Film Festival. I do that every year. He's the anomaly, not me. I'm just doing what I've always done and will always do. Anyway, we're having a very peculiar stream. This is what happens when there is a ceasefire. I think once you get to a certain height, there are certain things you're allowed to do, like be clumsy, and there are certain things you're not allowed to do anymore, like be angry. Once you hit 6'2", you are no longer entitled to publicly display rage. But if you want to drop something, how could we expect you to hold on to it? You're such a big human. You know? That's my brain around, like that's the rules for me. A certain height, you also can't move fast. People don't want someone that big moving fast. It's too much of a threat. Okay? Big angry guy in comedy plays well. What's an example of this? Big frustrated guy, like Everybody Loves Raymond, the older brother. Thank you. They're bright blue. Bright blue. And I actually said to my mum, I was like, Mum, I really need blue nail polish. And I was like, she was going to the shops. And I was like, if you see blue nail polish, can you pick me up blue nail polish? And I said, but it has to be primary blue. Primary blue. And she's like, I don't know what that means. And I'm like, Mum, the blue, like blue. Just the kind of blue, if you were thinking blue, that blue. Anything else I don't want. She brings home like 4 blue nail polishes. None of them are primary blue. And I'm like, you've brought me denim. You've brought me a light pale blue. You've brought me this sparkly blue. And you've brought me this blue green. None of these are primary blue. At 6'4", you're so right. You can no longer insist. This is Eve's Klein blue right here on my nails. Eve's Klein blue. Oh, mama. She tried. Yeah, no insisting at 6'2". No getting angry. What else aren't you allowed to do? No tough guy stuff generally. No. But definitely clumsiness is fine. Handbags are fine. You can get away with being a lot more like, I don't know. No, I know, but I wanted this blue. Like this, any of these blues would probably have been this isn't quite what I'm after. This is a very summer color. This is a winter blue. Fair enough, Atomic Quokka. Okay, as a tall woman, I'm not a tall man, but I'm a tall woman. People really underestimate how far away from the ground I am. Like getting up and down is a big deal. Okay, I want to watch this. I want to take notes. You guys can hang around. You can leave. You can whatever. I don't know. You just do what you want to do, okay? I'm not your boss. Cyan. I don't think cyan is right because cyan is like... You know what color I'm really into at the moment? You know when you see a pane of glass, but you look at the side of it and it's this very pretty green color? That's my color of the minute. But it feels to me very Y2K as a color, but it also feels mermaid. It feels like the future and it feels like fantasy. And this is what I'm doing in the shower. I'm like, hang on, let's see. Fat halo. Sorry, I still haven't worked out my phthalo green. Oh, that is a nice green. I like that green. Glass green, though. This is what I'm looking for. Glass green side. Does it know what it know? Glass green color. No. Glass green side. Side of glass green. Side of glass green. Okay, iron. Okay, but tell me what the name of it is. Tell me the name. Name. Green tint? No, it should have a name. Octarine? It's the color of magic. No. Oh. Okay, wait though. I just saw this and I'm thinking about fantasy and shit. I have something really important to ask you guys before we start. Do you guys, this came into my head the other day. Do you guys remember Del Toro Quest? Do you guys remember? And the back of the books was like the belt where you had to get the gems? No? I'm just, why they, not at all? This must be an Australian thing then. They made an anime. Okay, well, this is what I'm watching when I leave. You guys, okay, you're saying that high estrogen male? Everyone here is saying they don't know what I'm talking about. Let me see. Let me tell you, if you had a junior school that had a library, the back of this book is going to just jog a memory for you. Book, spine. See? Oh, I remember it looking much cooler. But like you get the see these belts that you had to fill in? Is it Australian? I gotta know. It is Australian. Okay. By a woman too. Okay, guys, there was an Australian fantasy children book called Del Toro Quest, and this really, oh my God, you know what? Do I want to go back and read it? I'm worried. Sometimes there are things that you experience as a child, and when you go back and you experience them as an adult, they're not as good. Like Lady Lovely Locks. Yeah, atomic quokka, that's mysterious. Quokkas are so cute as well. I feel like I've seen quokkas. I've been to Rottnest Island. I've touched them. Yeah, let's not ruin anything. Okay, guys, please. We actually have to do some politics today. Or I won't make any money either. Okay, can you just like, please, let me... We're locking in. I'm also going to make some sort of overlay at some point. I didn't read the Magic Tree House. We can't just watch Northern Lion clips and gossip about the film industry because I need people to take me seriously. I need people to take me. See my glasses? I have 20/20 vision.
Hey there, I'm Scott McLean. This is Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera. Your look at the world of business and economics.
You're not the normal host. Where's the regular guy? Do you know the weirdest Round the Twist episode? The one where he's making ice cream out of his nose. That's so funny. My almost supposed to be husband also made that mistake.
Economics. From tolls to blockades, the U.S. says it's blocking traffic through Iranian ports in the Strait of Hormuz. But Iran insists it controls who has access and on what terms. So who holds real leverage? The era of free navigation is under pressure, and the global trading system could be at risk. Could the Iran war reshape energy routes and challenge the dollar's dominance?
Pussies, weirdly, a lot of the Al Jazeera hosts are Australian. I didn't know they did a Round the Twist musical. Get it twisted. Liev Schreiber stepped on my foot, but I insisted he forgive himself. Get it twisted. Smoking a cigarette with Francesca Albanese. Get twisted. We're blockading the blockade. Guys, so true actually. What if we also blockaded the strait? Because at this stage, Iran was like, we're doing a blockade. And it's like, yeah, well, we're blockading your blockade. Why don't we also just throw one in? Who's going to stop us? We're blockading the blockades. We insist. And I believe, if I check my records, we're the first to insist. Uh-oh. We're doing a spiritual blockade. And you know what? We got the Pope on our side, so.
Dominance, and who pays the price? Well, now the U.S. is the one shutting the Strait of Hormuz, even as Donald Trump was calling for it to reopen just a few days earlier. The U.S. president said ships...
This is so stupid. We want it open so bad we're double closing it. Okay, like, I technically understand, right? I do understand. We want to go back to the theory that we were running on in terms of our relations with Iran pre this war. We want to go back to JCPOA style thinking, which is economic pressure to the max paired with a sweetheart deal. That's the strategy we're now going to try, which was a strategy that would have always worked without a war. But no, now that we fucked up everything, let's go back to what a tried and tested method of economic pressure paired with a sweetheart deal. But yes, it is very stupid to double block. When the sun explodes, do you think it'll give a shit about human currency? But is that going to happen soon? Atomic Quokka? Like, are we allowed to think about it in the meantime? Because in this case, the cost isn't just money, right? It's like, okay, well, the cost to countries around the world who now don't have fertilizer for their food. Yeah, we have the glasses because we were being very silly and we just needed the external reinforcement to get kind of serious and do some politics. The thing is, even if he wanted to walk away, Matthew, he can't walk away. He's not in control. He can't unilaterally decide that the conflict is over. This was never the case in this conflict. It was never the case where he could just be like, okay, actually, I'm kind of bored with that now. Iran would have not allowed that. Iran would have been like, no. Every single conflict, I guess except for Midnight Hammer, ends at the negotiating table. You were a Dane? I'm learning so much. We were the first to collect tolls, doing it again. And we would outwealth the Norwegians in a heartbeat. Oh my, well. I was just trying to, Quokka, I didn't want you to write off the entire show immediately. I was just trying to run a little bit of cover for the content.
Entering or leaving Iranian ports will be stopped by the American Navy after talks between Iran and Washington fell apart. The Navy will also target ships that were paying tolls to Tehran, which has restricted traffic in the waterway in response to U.S.-Israeli strikes. But this isn't just about a blockade. Iran is tightening its grip on the strait, demanding the right to impose tolls on ships passing through one of the world's most critical trade routes. The risk for the global economy is pretty clear: higher prices, rising inflation, and a hit to growth.
But the thing is, Matthew, you can't. How long are you going to ignore the strait being shut down? Quokka, be free. Type away. Set those voices free. I'd rather them be out of your head. And I agree. You know what stresses me out? As a serious person who desperately cares about the climate, the way that people don't acknowledge the temporal nature of the climate problem. Like, I understand they're like, when I see a war or some shit like this, I'm like, guys, we legitimately don't have the time for you to be fucking shit up like this in such a major way. We actually need to be doing the opposite of what you're doing right now. Yeah, the strait, Trump can't just walk away and leave the strait closed. He can't do that. I know, and yet, fuck all. Fox, we can't do this tonight, okay?
The ripple effects go beyond energy and trade flows, challenging the dominance of the U.S. dollar in global.
He could, but he can't. As much as we want to say that there is a unitary presidency going on in the United States, there isn't yet. Like there is but like he can't just. He may personally be able to ignore it indefinitely, but it would hit his bag, and he also cares about his bag. And a lot of the people who pay for his bag happen to be in the Gulf.
Global trade. Ferdia Carr reports.
The announcement of ceasefire talks between the
Okay, this hug between Jared Kushner, I just want you to know that there are other hugs between like Ghalibaf, which are like embraces. This is him. Look at this body language. This hand is pushing Jared Kushner away.
US and
So, just quickly, Wallach. So the president of Pakistan has currently, or prime minister, I don't know what, I don't really know what's going on in Pakistan. I just got to be straight up with you. I don't have a fucking clue. I don't know shit about Pakistan. But you know what? Blessed be the peacemakers, and I'm happy for them. I'm into what they're doing. Okay, but I don't know about their thing. I don't know if they got a president. I don't know. I do know if they've got a president or a prime minister, because Benazir Bhutto was in charge, and she was prime minister. She was the head of government, not just a head of state. So we'll say a prime minister. The prime minister of Pakistan is currently touring the Gulf. So new talks won't happen in Islamabad until he is back. But Trump will want the next round of talks done before the meeting with Xi. So that is kind of the time frame I'm working on for when we'll have the next round of talks. Is there a world where they can just move the oil through Israel and then ship it out? No, because it's kind of going the wrong direction. Most of the oil that comes from the Persian Gulf is headed the Asian direction. So shipping it out through Israel, which would involve, first of all, building a waterway through land that is not just Israel, because this is a problem with you got to get all of the oil to Israel, and then you have to build a waterway through territory that Israel doesn't actually own. Through the Suez Canal, yeah. The issue with the Suez Canal is that obviously at any stage, if Iran wants to pull the trigger, the Houthi can close that route as well by making it dangerous to pass by the Bab el-Mandeb. So yeah, he really has no... It's very interesting how much he's just kind of abandoned any sense of like everything has to be like bilateral. He doesn't have any interest in an organization in this situation really would have because something that I just truly believe is necessary leaving this conflict will be some sort of joint peace agreement for the Gulf states. But this is just not a presidency that has any sense of real like collectives, no like liberal institutionalism, no groupthink. For Trump, it's like one-on-one and nothing else. Anyway, this is not a friendly embrace, even though it is an embrace.
And Iran last week buoyed hopes
there we
that
go.
the closure
That's an
of the narrow
embrace.
Strait of Hormuz would not be protracted. In a major reversal of those hopes, President Donald Trump announced the US would be imposing its own blockade on the strait as talks in Islamabad faltered. From late April 13th, the US Navy plans to prevent all ships entering or leaving Iranian ports only. That is, in part, a response to reports that Iran is charging tolls as...
To be clear, though, the US and what they're currently doing is over here. They're not up in the strait, because that would be too dangerous. They're over here doing shit. It seems like risky fucking business, though. Have we got any clarity about whether or not they're going to stop Chinese vessels? Do we have any clarity about that? It feels like a dangerous game to be playing. Excuse me.
high as $2 million for tankers to transit the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's blockade of the strait is already strangling Gulf shipments, which account for around 20% of global oil and gas supplies. Trump has accused Iran.
I know it's not important, but what the fuck is the hat? What the fuck is that? Take off your stupid fucking hat. Says the woman wearing fake glasses. So she remembers to be serious.
Of reneging on its pledge to open the strait during ceasefire talks.
We've been very nice. We haven't ripped down too many bridges. We did one only because they broke their word, they broke their promise. And remember, their promise was that they were going to open the Hormuz Strait.
When did they fucking promise that, bro? You're just lying. She doesn't love you. High fashion, you wouldn't get it, nerd. I wouldn't get it. I actually would get it. My second house is in Leo.
They didn't
You wouldn't get it.
do it. They lied.
A US blockade on Iranian oil shipments will likely further increase energy prices and worsen knock-on effects.
Which is what Sorry. I know. This is why we don't do reactions, because all I do is fucking pause. This is kind of what I was saying. Like, in one sense, yes, of course, there is the economic pressure on Iran, right? Which is like, there's going to get a point where their oil storage fills and they have to stop pumping. It's going to cost them money. Yes. But as we've said, one thing Iran is prepared to do is wait out a game of mercy. They're ready to take the pain. And the other thing is, ultimately, one of their strategies at the moment is how much pain can we put on when it comes to the global energy market. One of the things that we're literally trying to do is create pain on the global energy market. And America's like, let us help. Let us take more energy off the energy market. So yeah. Also, is it Al-Jaz? Jazzer? Sorry, guys. We gotta... Sorry, Ziz, you're out. Jazzer... Iranian port. Jask. Okay. I'm a fucking genius. Yeah, so you can kind of see this here. This is why it's interesting that the US is patrolling further out, because originally I thought, if they start doing a blockade of the strait, then Iran will just push a whole lot of their stuff out through Jask, or as I like to call it, whatever the J port is. But I don't think so. I think they're out here further, and they're also stopping anything from an Iranian port, which is what they've been saying. If this went on for a long time, do you think it would be good to push for other people into renewables? I think I have two thoughts on this. One is, I think that this situation already has prompted pretty much every country to consider energy security through diversification of their grid, which is more needs to be put into alternate forms of energy security. And that obviously includes renewables. But what needs to be considered most of all is that the impact of this, yes, there are energy requirements around the world where it's just people like filling their car with petrol and stuff, but jet fuel, like things, transport and certain kinds of fuels that we haven't found a good renewable option to yet. And the infrastructure in certain countries being so far behind and so kind of out of step that renewables aren't an immediate solution for them whatsoever. So like the countries you're seeing hit hardest, countries like the Philippines and Malaysia, Myanmar, Laos, these countries are not in the position where their response to this kind of crisis is, we should do solar. Because the people that we're looking at here are using like handheld fuel and diesel shit to run their irrigation systems for their crops, and then they're filling up their motorbikes to get shit into town. Like we're not in a situation where that's even like a viable consideration for a lot of these countries. But in terms of Western countries, Europe, Australia, New Zealand. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll think about renewables, but the fact of the matter is Africa, Southeast Asia, the countries that I think are the hardest hit by this situation. Just to be very clear, Africa and Southeast Asia are not countries, but the countries within those regions are the hardest hit by this. And they're not in a position necessarily where renewables are front of mind. And also things like jet fuel, which is a huge disruption here. There's no renewable option there. And that's just something we have to understand at this time, which is why like we don't totally shit on things like carbon credits, because we do need to. The only thing that has ever made me want to go on the Whatever podcast is, you know how they always say to the women, like, name 5 countries. I was built for that moment. Okay, whatever, boys. Name 5 countries. What continent? What section of the continent? I'm more than happy to name you 5 countries from any section of any continent you want. Name a region. I'll give you 5 countries. In fact, limit the letters that the countries are allowed to start with. I'll still be able to do it. Tell me that the countries can only have certain colors in their flags. I'll still be able to do it. Thank you, Quokka. The Balkans, Croatia, Bulgaria, Slovenia, Slovakia, Serbia, Albania. Thank you, Quokka. Yeah, but it doesn't, hey, listen. Once I say Slovenia, Liddy, the way I name things is I play my little game of Sporkle in my head, and there are certain countries that naturally come after another country. Moldova had such a fire Eurovision. Name 5 Balkan countries, but they can't sound evil. Balkan. Listen, it's almost 4 a.m. You'd fit right in on the Whatever podcast, little bros. They'd love you there. Embarrass the woman. Tell her that Slovenia is not technically a Balkan state. Okay, but I threw it in there because my favorite first lady ever comes from there. Did you think of that? No, you didn't. Because you didn't give a shit about Melania, and it shows.
On the global economy, Iran says it's been exporting around 1.5 million barrels per day despite the war. Most of that goes to
Hang on. Hang the fuck on. Hang the fuck on. Wait, I can't zoom in? Serbia, Kosovo, Macedonia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Slovenia. So Slovakia. What, Slovenia is too far to the left? Croatia gets to be a Balkan country and Slovenia doesn't? Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, Kosovo, Montenegro, Macedonia, Albania. I'm counting all these as Balkans, but what, Slovenia is slightly too far to the left? Wait, Slovakia. What, Slovakia is too high? Okay, guys. Is it Slovenia or Slovakia? Which one is Balkan? I never should have accepted this challenge. Slovenia is portions of Greece and Turkey. Well, that's fucking strange. Albania, everyone knows my feelings about Albania. Everyone knows how sus I am about Albania. Everyone knows I'm onto Albania. Greece. I have something to say. I'd like to re-win some credibility here. When I was in year 11, I got bullied for being in a friend group, being the only white in a friend group made up of a Greek, a Serbian, a Macedonian, and a Bosnian. And I was Australian, okay? So just because I thought Slovakia could get it. The problem is, this is true. Okay, you know what? I don't need to defend myself here. But I just want to say, you know why I said it? You know why I said it? You know why I said it? Because I said Slovenia. And when I play my little game, I always put Slovakia after Slovenia. Do you know my... Thank you, Victorious. Thank you for investing in Moral Coin. It's really important that we all do this. There were lots of fights internally in the group, but the bigger fight was actually between my Serbian... Look at you. Oh my God, thank you for gifting too. It's so important for our collective morality. Thank you. Yeah, well, look, it's all your fault. The bigger beef was actually not internally. Group dynamics internally were okay, but you know who the beef was between? Guys. I'm feeling very good. I'm feeling goodness. I'm feeling flourishing. I'm feeling maybe even eudaimonia. Just an idea. Faith, the glasses... Look at you. Oh my God. Quokka! Thank you. Thank you so much. The eudaimonia is happening. Let's go. Faith, I was just trying to tell you. Damn, gifties feel good. The glasses are on because I'm trying so hard to be serious. I'm having a very silly stream, and I'm trying to be serious. But is this not happening for me? I put the glasses on as a crutch. If you had Maori, you'd have won the ethnic bingo. Kia ora. Sorry, yes. The biggest fight wasn't internally in our group. It was between my Serbian friend and my Croatian history teacher. She literally wouldn't take history as a class. She's like, nah, I don't want to be around him. But yeah, also, I was on a date the other day and I was explaining, the question came up. It was like, oh, what's your favorite place that you've ever traveled? And he was like, Japan. Have you ever been? And I was like, no, I'm not allowed to go. And he was like, what? And I was like, yeah. My dad's kind of mad at them for the war. Well, my dad was mad at them for the war because they took off my great uncle's head. They took his head because he was a prisoner of war. They cut his head off. So he was kind of upset about that still. And then my dad died, and I felt I kind of owed it to him to just keep the beef up. Well, I can't. And then I was like, why do people keep talking to me? He's not still mad about Pearl Harbor. He's mad. My dad is mad. My great uncle was a pilot in the war, and he was meant to come home. He had done his time. He was meant to come home. And when the guy who was his replacement stepped off the plane, he twisted his ankle. And and so he had to stay. But then on like the next mission or a couple of missions later, his plane crashed over Japan. He was taken a prisoner of war. He escaped 3 times, was recaptured and decapitated on the final day of the war. So the war was over, but they killed a bunch of prisoners of war that they still had. And so my dad was like, he just would, I traveled the world. Like, I'm very well traveled. I'm very lucky. But never Japan. And my dad's mad about it. Well, he was, and then my dad died. And I feel like a duty to, like, I think that's a family beef. I think that's generational. And I think I should continue that. I do love mochi, but I can't go. And they're mean to animals. I'm not into it. But, yeah. Hey, Alanix. Okay, let's go back to the video. I named the countries. I also feel, what did I say? I said Albania. I said Bulgaria. I said Slovenia. I said Serbia. I feel like I had 5 even without Slovakia. Exactly, Wallach. I'm taking the W. Liddy, go to whatever. Should we all beef with these countries? I don't think it's I think going to Japan is an important rite of passage for most white men. I don't want to rob you guys of that. You yearn for that country. I see it. It's kind of how the white woman yearns for Italy. I don't want to take that from anyone. But I think it's important that I don't go. What's your question, Alanix? Hey, G. William. Hi, for $1,000, I shit on your face? Give me the $1,000 first. You'll be okay? Thank you. Boys go to Japan, men go to China. I've been to China. Also, you know what women yearn for? A horseback trek in Kyrgyzstan. Or being with the eagle in Mongolia. Real women yearn for the yurt. You wouldn't get it. The forest of Lithuania? That also sounds like a place women yearn for. But I guess men can go too. I mean, if you have to. Women yearn for the steep. Women get hoard. On like, speaking of which, you know what people don't necessarily know but makes so much sense once you know it? Glenn Powell, that actor that everyone's like, oh my god, he's so hot. He's Mongolian. Okay, guys. Have I been to Uganda? I haven't been to... Where have I been in Africa? I've been to Senegal. I've been to Morocco. China. Now I've got that fucking song in my head. I've been to Senegal. I've been to Mauritania. I've been to Morocco. I have been to Namibia. And I have been to Egypt. That's it. I really, 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 really want to go to Rwanda. So we could do a Rwanda-Uganda little thing, but we should probably wait until this situation chills a little bit. Also, there's actually a situation going on here, which isn't great. So we should probably wait for things to chill a little bit. But we could still go to some beautiful parks down here, but I'm not really interested in park life. I'm interested in history. Because I'm interested in the history of Rwanda. And I would like to go. Can't a girl want to go to Rwanda? It's actually, other than this current issue they have with the DRC now, it's one of the safest places you can go in Africa. And there used to be, I used to sometimes listen to Hillsong music, which is bad because obviously religious, but now that I have been, I am responsible. Faith without deed is dead. There's a whole song about Rwanda. Hotel Rwanda is a very intense movie. I don't know if I would call it beautiful. Can we get fake glasses in primary blue to match my nail? No. These glasses have to be tortoiseshell because serious people wear tortoiseshell glasses. The blue nails make you think, oh, she's cool. Edgy a little bit. She's an individual. The blue nails make you think, wow, there's something interesting going on there. She's fascinating. The tortoiseshell glasses, they make you think, oh, no, she's serious. She reads. Those glasses were made for reading. She reads. Her eyes, they don't get tired. So no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but no. They had a bloody and they fixed the conflict. The accent says VB. Boy, mate. That's all right by me. My older brother had the most Australian accent. I wish you guys could hear it though. Oh, there's this video from my birthday, and he's like, what does he say? Oh, I can't even remember it, but it's very Australian. Guys, stop trying to dress me. We put on the glasses so we'd watch the video, and instead, we explored the nation states of Africa. But now we must return to the video. Wait. Is it going to play all the fucking things? No. Okay. Phew. How you going, mate? What if I just, started streaming, real fucking, Aussie shit? What if I just, I could even stop opening my mouth the full way? Why are you sorry? Don't be sorry. I could just start talking a bit like this. I think it could be, pretty fucking cute. I actually think this is a pretty fucking solid way to fucking do some analysis. I think we got some pretty good thinking to do, actually. Blue nails and tortoiseshell glasses make me think you're going to shame me for not getting why a tomato smashed on a garage door is art. Well, the thing is, Eddie, to a simple mind like you, who doesn't understand postmodernism, I'm actually not surprised you don't get it. Now, stop explaining to me that you don't get it and come with me to the Yoko Ono performance art and just let it wash over you. 100% that is why I wore these to the film festival though, because it does give me this vibe, and that's the vibe I want in those situations. I like the Boston accent because to me it sounds kind of like the Australian accent. Dead set, mate. Should I go do street interviews?
To China, who bought an estimated 80% of Iranian oil exports last year. Cutting Iranian oil shipments off will increase bidding pressure
Buy
on
an
alternate
XA.
suppliers, pushing global prices even higher. On social media, Iran's parliament speaker warned Americans would soon be nostalgic for the already high $4 to $5 per gallon gas prices. Several countries are sounding the alarm that Iran would undermine the very principle of freedom of navigation by charging ships to pass the Strait of Hormuz. Shippers must weigh the risk of potentially triggering US and EU sanctions by paying money to the Iran Revolutionary Guards Corps, who control the strait and much of Iran's economy. Lloyd's List reports at least 2 ships have made payments to pass the strait in Chinese yuan. Analysts say that's part of a wider attempt to loosen the dominance of the US dollar in oil and gas trading.
I think I've heard a couple of people make this argument, oh, the petrodollar's over, it's done. It's like, it's done. I'm just not convinced by that at all. Because if people swapped what they were paying for the oil in, then I might... Well, no, Faith, now we're blockading the blockade. And we have, as a stream, have decided to blockade the blockade of the blockade. We're going... blockade cubed. We're spiritually blockading the blockade of the blockade. But yeah, a lot of people are making the argument that this is the end of the petrodollar. I'm like, well, no. The problem is over time, and we were already seeing this with the oh fuck, Joe, it's so late. Just know I know what things are named and just give me some faith, okay? Just know that I know I'm saying things wrong when I say them wrong, but know I know what they should be called, okay? There's a cryptocurrency that's a stable coin that's based on the yuan. The yuan? The Chinese yuan, right? I know it's called like yeah, that's what it's sounding like to me. It's sounding like yuan. But it's the Chinese... They call it something different when they... Guys, you're all saying shit. Yen. What am I... Yeah, okay. Thank you. But okay, the reason I went to call it... Yeah, okay, is it the yen or the yuan or the renminbi? What the fuck is happening? Okay, the Chinese dollar has a cryptocurrency that runs through Singapore that has a stable coin, and they already have their kind of they were talking about a BRICS euro, a BRICS currency, a BRICS cryptocurrency. People have already been looking at trying to counter the petrodollar, the American dollar, do more stuff in different currencies so it's not all US currencies. That's not new. Now, be serious, if during this crisis people started paying for oil in the Chinese dollar, that is something I would take more seriously than having a toll being paid in the Chinese dollar. Okay, you know what? I wanted to say renminbi before. Okay, renminbi. But I couldn't remember if it was renminbi or renminbi. And now I'm seeing it, and there's lots of N's and M's in there, and I don't feel any more confident in the word. Renminbi. These are the words that I'm like, yeah, they're just written words for me. They're not spoken words. But yeah, anyway. The point is, I'm not worried about the death of the petrodollar. Looking so cute there. Kshem.
Iran has made control of the strait a key demand in ceasefire negotiations. a scenario that could allow it to continue its toll regime for the long term.
Do you think that's AI?
The US says it won't accept that. As the two sides ratchet up pressure for control of the waterway, the uncertain security situation in the Gulf means more volatility for energy markets.
This is actually the situation that I'm most interested to see how it is resolved, because I think Tehran will not give up the strait in terms of having some sort of sovereignty over it, having some sort of control over it. The Gulf states and the world will not accept a toll on the strait, in my view, as a long-term thing. During the course of a war, sure, because especially with the laying of mines, there's the argument that could be made that's like, oh, you need, like, say we can tell you the route or something like that, and you pay for the route, right? Bye, amateur pwn. But long-term, having a toll, I mean, that has huge consequences, not just for the Gulf states, everyone who transits through that area, but huge consequences for, like, okay, there are other straits around the world that people aren't doing this to. I'm not worried about the rememberity. There are, like, you know, there are other straits that don't currently have anything imposed like this. Oh, Faith is... Can I not fucking read? Faith, why did you not come up in the chat as going? Bye, Barak. Oh, Faith! Oh my god! Thank you for this. Thank you for the super chat. God, I need to work my shit out. Thank you. I didn't even see it. Thank you for saying goodbye to her so I saw that. God, I suck. I'm the freaking worst. No, I'm great. All of this matters. All the way we speak about ourselves matters. It matters. Yeah, so I'm interested to see how this is resolved, because I actually think this is going to require the most creative solution.
For Dakar, Al Jazeera for counting the cost.
Well, both Iran and the U.S. are being accused of violating the principle of freedom of navigation of their seas with their actions in the Gulf.
See how his tie is kind of veering off to the left and exposing the buttons of his shirt? Super embarrassing. He must watch this back and be like, oh my god, fuck. I hope no one saw it. I'm so sorry, bro. I did see it. And I pointed it out to other people.
It is codified in Article 87 of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, though the principle is much older than that. It says civilian vessels from any sovereign nation cannot be impeded by another in international waters. Now, it doesn't apply to man-made waterways, most notably Egypt's Suez Canal and the Panama Canal, which generate billions in revenue each year.
Did you guys see how I did that? You're impressed, right?
But there have been exceptions made for some international waterways. For example, under a 1936 convention,
Black Sea, Turkey.
Turkey charges a tonnage fee for passage to the Black Sea.
That's right.
But that's to cover operational costs, not to generate revenue. To discuss this further, we're joined by our panel of experts from Canberra.
Do you know who else is from Canberra? This girl right here. You're joined by two people from Canberra right now. This white beard, it's important to have a few of them. The Convention of the Law of the Seas. I believe. I'm sure they'll bring it up again, but that's what I'm recalling. If Liddy's in here, I'm sure he knows, because I think he's brought it up a few times. But I believe it's the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Seas.
Canberra. We're joined by Donald Rothwell, a professor of international law at the Australian National University.
Guys, should I try and get him on stream? I think I could. Look, his plushies in the background. He was made for streaming. Should I try?
With a focus on the law of the sea. In Edinburgh, we're joined by Frederick Schneider, an economist.
Pussies, I don't even know where you're from, but I don't accept international hate from Canberra. For Canberra. It's one thing to hate Canberra if you're from Melbourne or Sydney, but being from another fucking country and hating Canberra, that just pissed me off.
and a non-resident senior fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs. And in London, Neil Shearing. He
Teasing.
is the group chief economist at Capital Economics and an associate fellow at the Global Economy and Finance program at Chatham House. Thank you all for being on the program here. Donald, we'll start with you. I wonder, do you think
But like Canberra, Montana is beautiful.
this U.S. blockade of the strait will be effective? And maybe more importantly, is it legal under international law?
Well, in terms of effectiveness, we really just need to see how that plays out over the course of the next few days. There are reports that we're receiving at the moment that some vessels have been passing through the strait, but the really key aspect of the blockade is, of course, to blockade vessels moving in and out of Iranian ports. In terms of the legality, there's really no question that, yes, this is a legitimate way in which the United States can seek to use and utilize the laws of naval warfare. Blockade is a well-established and understood principle that has been applied for many centuries and is currently reflected in international law. And of course, the United States.
I'm sure there's a distinction, but I always tend to think of international waters as a legal version of the concept of high seas. But the discourse seems, I don't think there is a difference. I don't think I think international water, I think the high seas is, okay, I don't know. I don't do international law. I've never done international law. I don't know anything about international law, okay? So that's the preface, and we can learn more about it after this video. But from my understanding, high seas is the legal concept. Then people have territorial waters. International waters seems to be something that is used in just rhetoric, speaking about the issue by politicians. I don't think international waters is a concept, but we can check that after. Also, I'm fairly sure that Liddy knows about this from his study of international law, so he might be able to clarify in chat.
It's an Iran belligerence in this conflict, so the United States can legitimately engage in an act of blockade.
Okay, Frederick.
What about our blockade? What about our spiritual blockade? Are there any rules about that? Okay, so Liddy Bruz doesn't want this man on stream. Liddy Bruz is not wanting this man on stream. They didn't get the UN Security Council approval, so they can't. No. I know he can stay on stream while we watch the video. I'm saying I shouldn't personally invite him to come and stream with me.
The price of Brent crude has gone up 50% since this conflict began. Now that this U.S. blockade is in place, how much worse could things get?
You actually have to ask the UN for approval to do that, Bear. You can't just do that first. But that's only if you care about the law, which I saw a tweet today as well, and it was like, remember when NATO raped a world leader on TV? And I'm like, what is happening? The Edinburgh guy looks mean. This is really 3 different faces. Sometimes men all look the same to me, but these are 3 distinct men, even though they're all white. I'm getting really different vibes from them all. Yeah, the US don't give a fuck. Two of them have the same nose. Do you mean Canberra and London? They're slightly upturned, which we can check out your nostrils type nose. Ian, they do all look like they could be called Ian. Well, Iran hasn't ratified the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Seas either, right? Yeah, the United States sucks when it comes to international law. So the United States does whatever they want, and then they come up with new laws to say that they were actually following international law the whole time, and they just invented a new law. Oh yeah, you said it at the end. Sorry, I didn't read the whole thing. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully, who's the best at international law? What do you mean? Who? First, what do you mean by who? And second, what do you mean by best? And then I can start to deal with that assertion.
Well, it's very difficult to say because the situation changes from day to day. Right now, we're in this stage where we don't know whether the blockade will hold. We've seen from the U.S. administration many different.
Just on the face of it, it seems like arguing a country can't exercise sovereignty over territorial waters is something we're just brushing past to say, yeah, the US can do anything. But I think, okay, like, let's look at a problem, Matthew. Listen, I'm talking shit now, okay? We're getting to real gamer hours. It's 4 a.m., so I'm just talking out my butthole. Most global trade, or a lot of it, trade expert, travels through the South China Sea. I just don't personally want to get into a territorial water sort of thing, because I think most trade travels through territorial waters of pretty much every country. And if you start saying that any country can just start, look, if I was Ayatollah, I'd be keeping my hands on that strait. I'd be doing what they doing. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying, as a precedent, do I want countries being like, well, technically that's my territorial water, so if I want to stop people coming through, I'll stop people coming through. I don't know if that's the precedent I want. But no, they didn't agree to the I don't really know. Let's see if these guys know, because it's their job to know.
Signals, and we've seen the oil price react accordingly. So it's been hovering around $100, but it's been quite a roller coaster. You've heard Trump say, we will invade.
Which, Matthew, brings us back to the point that really, it's all about who insists first, right? The US has been insisting far too much, and we've let them insist for far too long. And maybe it is time someone insisted back to their insist. Even though we know from Northern Line that that's not done, that that's not polite. Maybe it's time.
Khark Island, we will bomb.
If you're talking about the UN Convention Law of the Seas, no, they haven't ratified.
Iranian oil terminals. We will open up the strait with the finest navy in the world. We will be escorting ships. We will demine the strait. Then all of a sudden it's, allies. If you want your oil, you have to get it on your own. And then the other day we had this tweet, open up the effing strait, you crazy bastards. And now we're at this blockade stage, so it's really difficult to see where this is going. I think one thing is quite clear: this is probably not going to last very long, because it's
this man. I don't know. He feels German. I don't know if you can be okay in German, but I'm getting the vibe of that kind of country.
It's unclear whether the U.S. will follow through with it, given the many changes in policy. China has already signaled that they're not very happy with the blockade because most of the oil that is being blocked is destined for China. And
it's not even that it's not the problem of the oil. It's like, you're kind of risking, what you're doing is stupid and bringing us into this war in ways that we don't want. We don't want to work out what the fuck is going to happen if you stop one of our ships. And that means if you literally fucking put your people on our ship, which is what would be required in a blockade, if I'm correct, they will take over the ship. China's like, I don't want you to put us in that position because we're not going to like it. And then we have beef. Don't bring us into your fucking beef. That's what I feel China is saying. Like, because China has energy security. Do they like not having their oil from Iran? Of course not. But like, the bigger issue here is like, don't fuck with our ships and create an even bigger international problem. Well, that's what, if I were Zhao, That's what I would be thinking. I'd be like, we try to be very strategic in how we do things, and you are ruining that. Clavicular is in a stable condition. Thank the Lord. It's because of our prayers earlier. It's because of our prayers. We saved him, guys.
We've heard, I think, the Minister of Defense said that the US should not meddle in Chinese affairs. So I don't think they will take that lightly. So it's a very volatile situation, and I don't think it will last very long in either direction. And there's a good potential for escalation. There's also...
Yeah.
These are the serious glasses for when things are getting too silly. They are a prop. They are a physical aid.
A lot of effort to de-escalate, but we will have to see where this is going.
Yeah, and President Trump also believes that this is not going to last very long. I know this because he did an interview on Fox Business on Monday, and in that same interview, he was also asked about the price of oil and gas. And I want to play that clip for you. Watch.
Do you believe the price of oil and gas will be lower before the midterm elections?
I hope so. I mean, I think so. It could be. It could be. Or the
This woman also has some serious glasses on to remind people she's serious, because this is not any Fox station. This is Fox Business. Fox Business requires serious women.
same, or maybe a little bit higher, but it should be around the same. I think this won't be that much longer.
Neil, could be the same, could be higher, could be lower. The president doesn't seem very certain of anything here. Are you more certain than the president is?
Well, goodness me, economists get a hard time for not giving a strong view, right? You've got three different...
You know what I'm saying? The economists. You know what I'm saying? Sorry, I just had to just quickly, and now I'll stop. I'll be serious.
Views there. It could be higher, could be lower, it could be the same.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Look, my take on this is that it all depends on, really how long the strait remains closed. It carries, as we know, about 1/4 of the world's seaborne oil, and it's not just oil; it's natural gas as well. A fifth of the world's seaborne natural gas, and I think at this stage, quite a lot is being about maybe as much as a third to a half could be rerouted through the East-West pipeline and other pipelines in Saudi and UAE. So some is clearly getting out through other waterways. But that's helping to cushion the rise in prices. If this conflict comes to an end this month, if the strait starts to be reopened, then I think we'll start to see global crude and natural gas prices start to edge down. We could get to kind of $80 a barrel plausibly by the end of this year. If it doesn't and the strait remains closed, then I think we've got another leg up coming. It's not difficult to run scenarios where you get to kind of $130, $140 a barrel on crude with a more protracted closure of the straits.
Yeah, it's hard not to have empathy for vague answers here because there's a lot of moving parts here. There's a lot of unpredictability.
It is also like, okay, sorry, just quickly, just to go full screen for a second. One of my problems with Mearsheimer and Pape is like, and myself, it's kind of like just anyone. One of my problems with people, once you get into the business of prediction, things get really like, it's a high risk, high reward world. Because obviously if you correctly predict something, everyone's like, whoa, she saw it coming before it even came. Wow, that's crazy. She's a psychic. Wow, he always said that this was going to happen. He warned us. He always knew. Right? Wow, he must be the smartest person to ever happen and exist. But then the problem is, like, if you fuck up, it's like, oh, you fucked up, right? But it's like, I'm in the kitchen, I'm like, I'm feeling great about diplomacy. And then the next minute, I'm like, no, I am not feeling good about it. I am not feeling good. And it's like, you just got to be like, you got to be kind of vague. If you want to be someone that can be trusted in a like high risk, high reward, yeah, you'll get the Professor Jiang I fucking hate that grifter. But like, you'll get the whole like, oh, I'm a superstar type treatment. if you do predictions and you end up being right, but if you're honest, you have to be a little bit kind of like, bro, this is a quickly unfolding situation. And all I can tell you is a little bit of this, a little bit of that. This happens, it's going to be this. If this happens, it's going to be that. And I can tell you that today, at this minute, this hour, my senses tell me it will be this. But that's just my senses. You know, it's very stressful. And I find that like a huge issue, and I don't know if I've said this to you guys before, but it's been a new talking point. So I don't know if I've said it to you, if I just said it to myself. A new issue that I'm finding is men. Everyone complains about the ivory tower. The ivory tower is important to lock away academics who require peer review. Now that Pape and fucking Mearsheimer are on shit like Twitter and Diary of a CEO, no, they can't be just out here making claims because they're going to ruin their own credibility. They're not terrible fucking theorists. They have good things that they've introduced into the world. But now we let them out of the tower. The tower was made for their own safety. That's what they didn't realize. Oh, you're up there in your ivory tower. You don't understand what's going on with the people. No, they need to be up there. They need to be up there. Did I say Mearsheimer? You can dislike offensive realism and someone can still have theories, right? You can dislike it. Mearsheimer actively is one of the named people that you think of when you think of realism. His contribution to international relations is somewhat undeniable. Even if you think he's an idiot, even if you think that his ideas suck, he's one of the guys. Mearsheimer, Waltz, like there are names, and he's unfortunately one of the names. My point is, he belongs in the tower, not on Joe Rogan. I don't want to see Professor Robert Pape on Diary of a CEO. That upsets me. I don't like seeing Professor Pape overutilizing Claude on Twitter. These men should be publishing in journals and writing textbooks. Whoever let them out of the tower made a gargantuan mistake. And why? Because of their reputation, they're like, you know what I want to do right now? Make a fucking prediction. I want to make a prediction. No, don't do that. Go and write a paper, and other people have to check it first before we release it to the world. They escaped the tower. That's what I'm saying, Matthew. They're feral monkeys who left the tower. They didn't realize that the tower was there for them, for protecting them, for their own good. Rapunzel's witchy mother was trying to protect her. Like, this is it. We're trying to help you. But they're not science communicators and pop history people. Fukuyama needs to go back to... This is what I'm saying. I don't want people... Like, this was... Okay, back in the day, right? I weirdly got a strange... These things... And this is why I don't talk on social media either. Okay, back in the day when Russia-Ukraine first happened, Destiny was on Twitter being like, Mearsheimer's a fucking idiot, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, well, let's just... He's not a fucking idiot. Okay, like, there's plenty to complain about in his theory of things. There's plenty to disagree with in the actual things that he's positing. You can argue against those on the merits, but if you just dismiss, like, such a fundamentally large academic as an idiot, that's not going to work either. And then everyone was like, oh, she loves Mearsheimer. No. I just don't think that you can take, like, fundamental IR theorists and be like, this person doesn't know what they're talking about. Okay, just no. Say what they're saying is wrong and why. Because if you just start saying this person is an idiot, then anyone who's done an IR degree is going to be like, Mearsheimer? Like, they might go, yeah, fuck realism, right? Like, they might do what Liddy does. No problem there. But, like, you can't do that. But yeah, my whole point of this was, don't be making predictions. Predictions will kill you. Predictions, high risk, high reward. But the last people who should be making predictions are people who feel they're secure because of the ivory tower and the confidence they got there. They're like, hang on, I'm a genius. You know what I should do right now? Tell everyone what's gonna happen. I don't think so.
On the one hand, of course, you have the U.S. naval blockade. You also have the Iranians who are wanting to charge tolls for boats to transit through the strait. And I just want to show our viewers a map, which sort of maybe illustrates some of the confusion here. So this is the Strait of Hormuz. On the south part of that map, you can see that's Omani territorial waters. On the northern part of the strait, that is Iranian territorial waters. So Donald, my question for you is, help me understand as a layperson, why is it that Iran cannot charge tolls for ships to pass through its own territorial waters?
There's a critical principle here, and that is that within what are called international straits, and the Strait of Hormuz is an international strait, as indeed is the Strait of Gibraltar.
Oh no, I didn't even know I did this. Oh no, I didn't even know I did this. Hang on, just let me reply to this. I didn't know that I blockaded the blockade and I predicted the prediction. I'm not predicting they'll be wrong. I want to be clear. No, I'm not predicting they'll be wrong. I'm predicting that when they're wrong, that will suck. And all of their credibility will be gone and they'll be washed up and they'll have ruined their entire reputations, right? I'm saying it's high risk. Maybe they'll be right. But maybe they'll be wrong. Could I ask what the difference is between offensive and defensive? Or could I ask what the difference between offensive and defensive realism is? So offensive realism is more like just Mearsheimer's thing, right? And the basic tenet of realism is that you pursue power. Defensive realism is like you pursue power to maintain things as they are, like keep things as they are. Whereas offensive realism is like, no, you have to be the top dog because you don't know what other people are going to do. So it's not just like, oh, I understand where I am within the way like I understand how I am within the world, and I, pursue power. I know, like, I play things strategically. I work in my own self-interest, right? And I pursue power in my own self-interest so that I remain secure. But offensive realism is like, I pursue more power to be even better because I have to be better because even though I think I know the way things are, maybe I'll be wrong. And it's more complicated than that, but it's 4 a.m. And do you know how old I am? I'm old. And it's been a long time since I did any fucking realism other than on stream. And I'm an entertainer now. I'm 23. I'm 67. I'm 30, 20. You're all close.
The Dover Strait, vessels cannot be what's called hampered in the way in which they engage in navigation, the way in which they actually exercise the
even if it's Iranian territorial water.
Yes, and that's the accepted principle that every state has applied by, and most importantly, that was not a principle that Iran really contested on the 27th of February before the conflict actually commenced. So there's no acceptance of the imposition of so-called tolls.
Yeah, well, you know what? Sometimes I don't have a problem with something until I have a problem with it. Sometimes I don't contest something until I contest it. My friend that I was on the phone to the other day, she literally said to myself, she literally on the phone to me, because I'm going up to watch some of her stand up next week. And she's like, we're at the end of our call. We've been on the phone for like 2 hours. And she's like, oh, by the way, I'm 24. And I was like, what? And she's like, when you come up, I'm 24. She's like, there's just too much to explain with like what I've been doing with my life for the last couple of years. And it all got so complicated. And I just decided it's not, my life situation isn't complicated if I'm 24. And I was like, okay, sick. What age am I? Can I still be my age, or do I need to also shapeshift? I'm happy to play the part. I just want to clarify. So yeah, I'm like, look, it's a vibe, really. But I'm feeling, vibe-wise, I'm feeling like, right now I'm feeling 58. Don't be guessing, people. Don't be guessing, people. I didn't say the comedian was from Canberra. I have friends from other cities.
On vessels passing through an international strait, even when those vessels are passing through, as in this case, Iranian territorial waters.
Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, there are some places where there are tolls. I mentioned the Suez Canal in Egypt, the Panama Canal makes sense, they're man-made. But you also have natural straits like the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus in Turkey, which are also charging fees. So my question for you, Donald, is there not a little bit of leeway here for there to maybe be a legal exception for Iran?
So I think the first point to make is that the Black Sea straits that you referred to are really quite historic straits under which...
What does that mean? Aren't all straits historic? Like, aren't they natural formations? How is one strait older than another strait? Panama is a man-made canal. Suez is a man-made canal. The Black Sea, like this strait near Turkey, is apparently a historic strait, but I don't understand how one strait can be older to other strait. Yes, it can apply to men. I also feel anyone who lived through COVID, which is all of us, gets 2 years back for that. So you get to take 2 years off your age for that. If you've had any personal tragedy or a serious mental illness, you get minimum 1 year, but up to 3. Unless you've had multiple tragedies, in which case you get 1 to 3 years for each of those. But don't get too young. It's really, 10 is the outer limit. You can only take 10 years off. What the fuck is a historic strait?
Turkey has really inherited a legal framework which allows for a limited imposition of certain fees.
Inherited a framework from where? You can't just be... What?
I should also observe that in Australia, it's possible for Australia to impose a fee upon vessels passing through the Torres Strait, but that's
I think that's because it's a really hard strait to pass, isn't it? And don't they send in captains? Aren't there only like a few people who can go through that strait? So you're actually just, you're paying the fee for the person to drive the boat. I don't think that's the same.
Navigational fee, which relates to the requirement for all vessels to compulsory take on board a pilot, which has been endorsed by the International Maritime Organization, the major international body.
I'm kind of a boat girl. I kind of just know things like this. Oh, the Torres Strait, you're not familiar? Oh. It transcends UNCLOS, which I know it's not UNCLOS, but that's what I'm going to call it, meaning it's not recognized under international law. What he's saying, I think, is that Iran is effectively making the argument that their strait is effectively internal or historic waters. Therefore, no. So, Liddy, he's saying that Turkey, the Bosphorus Strait, whatever the strait is that Turkey puts the fee on for you to go through the Black Sea, he's saying that that's a historic strait and they inherited some sort of framework. So this isn't to do with Iran. That's to do with, he's saying that Turkey is a unique situation. The only reason it's an advantage for women to look younger is because women's youth is prized, and they'll tell you that women's youth is prized because it's related to their fertility, but it's actually related to the time when they're the most insecure and they have the least amount of knowledge and they have the least amount of social power. So a woman is most attractive when she cannot stand up for herself and she has no knowledge of herself, and when she is at her least intelligent, least powerful, least capable, least self-assured. That's when society prizes a woman. A man only gets better with age. But a woman, the second she can advocate for herself, becomes unattractive.
Responsible for the safety of international navigation. So, yes, you're right, there are some exceptions, but they're quite narrow exceptions.
Thank you, Cernu. Immediately comes in, immediately apologizes. This is what I need from you. This is what I expect from you. A situation so impressive, the serious glasses are going back on. Oh, he's referring to the Montreux Convention regarding the regime of straits. Okay, so there's more. Okay, so when he says a historic strait, he means there's an older thing. And they're not updating, they're not saying the new thing. Why do men get better with age? Because men are seen as wiser and they have more power and they have more wealth and they've accumulated more resources and they know better. And men and they're young are silly and selfish, but older men, they probably are silly glasses. I'm sure they exist.
And we certainly don't see this generally apply in the major international shipping straits of the world.
Yeah, and just to clarify for our viewers, what Donald means by pilot there is someone who is not the ship's captain, who boards the ship, who is local to the area, knows the waterway well, and basically drives the ship through whatever waterway that we're talking about. So obviously that applies to Australia, but is it possible that Iran could say, maybe make the same argument to say, look, there are lots of sea mines here. It's a dangerous area. We know.
Well, they could, so long as war exists as a circumstance. I'm not sure if they could continue to say that after the war. Hey, look, we just left some mines here for no reason. The war is over, but we just keep it fun.
Know where the safe passage is, you'll have to take an Iranian pilot on board your ship.
That's certainly a legal argument and an economic and political argument that the Iranians could seek to make. And I think we need to distinguish between the imposition of tolls over the last few weeks during the middle of the armed conflict, as opposed to the type of scenario that you're suggesting, which would be applicable.
What I'm learning from chat right now is there's a lot of lore about water that I was unaware of. What the fuck? What I don't understand, why do these old laws supersede the new law? Normally, the new law takes over for the old laws. That's what I don't get. Iran have tried to push their own MCRS style legal framework but the world rejected it. When was that? The fact that they've tried to push for that before is yet another argument that everything that's happening was foreseeable.
Well, at the end of the conflict. So yes, I think that the Iranians might have some capacity.
God, it's been so long since I've been on a speedboat. I love being on a speedboat.
To make that argument, but whether the international community and the international shipping community would be prepared to accept that remains to be seen.
Frederick, there are reports that Iran could charge $1 per barrel of oil as a toll, or $2 million for the entire ship. And I'm interested to know, what do you think would be more costly to the end price of gas or oil or whatever it may be? Those fees?
Okay, guys. Based on nothing but gut. Are you going $1 or $2 million? $1 per barrel or $2 million all up? What are you doing? I'm doing... I think I'm doing $1. I need to know, where's everyone stand on this? Give me the milli. We got lots of okay, 2 mils. I was worried this would happen. I knew it would happen. I would say $1 and everyone would be like 2 mil. Okay, fuck. Fuck. We don't know. That's why we're going on gut, Fox. Pure gut instinct. Thank you, Cernu. Thank you, pussies, for joining Team $1. God damn it. So Wallach's coming in with the maths. Your instinct is informed. I'm going $1. I'm sticking to it. I know who I am. I'm the $1 girl. I'm not putting 3.7 million barrels on my ship. You know why? Too heavy. We've discussed them before. I'm not into things being too heavy. The ship's already too heavy. Now we're putting barrels on. I'm definitely not having 3.7 million barrels. Yeah, I feel like Cernu came in, apologized, and then no other men apologized, which is disappointing. But that's all right. I feel like oil can only get less. I'm not going... Yeah, things... How much does a ship weigh, though? 500 kilograms? Wait, no. I know it's more than that. But I feel very connected to the 5. 5,000 is just too heavy to float. 5,000 is sinking. As you guys know, things can only get on the back of a horse or be lifted if they're 50 kilograms. 5,000 kilograms and it's going to float? And then I'm putting barrels on top? Ya Allah. Okay, guys. 5,000 and then each barrel weighs 10 kilograms. And I'm only having a couple of hundred because my boat's already so heavy. Given my scenario, obviously $1 makes more sense.
Or the cost of insurance for ships that are going through a very dangerous, potentially mined waterway?
Well, I mean, it's a complex question. So first of all, one question would be how much of that $1 per barrel would actually end up at the consumer? So that's what economists would call the...
It's because the Montreux was done in 1936. Yeah, it came in 1982. Treaties don't automatically override older treaties. Okay, that's what I was assuming that a treaty overrode over the top. Unless the two treaties cover the same subject matter and are incompatible. What happened with Montreux, though, was lex specialis derogat legi generali. Special law overrides general law. Interesting. Okay. Meaning a specific special treaty. That makes sense to me. This is very specific, and so it overrides the general. So in the case of Montreux, because it specifically referred to the Turkish Straits, and it was specific, it overrode the general Convention of the Law of the Seas. Meaning specific special treaty continues to apply even though letter more general. Yeah, okay. That makes sense to me. Thank you very much. I can get on board with it now. And we can finally understand what this man meant by a historic strait. Okay, hear me out. The oil tankers have a huge fleet of helicopters that fly the barrels above the tankers in shifts so that at most only a few barrels are on the boat at any one time. Love it. I would charge $1 a barrel with a max of 2 million. Interesting. 1 barrel of oil is 159 liters? And a liter is a kilogram. Well, that's too heavy. You already know how I feel about that. That's too heavy. 1 barrel? In my head, 1 barrel is not that much. A liter is not a kilogram. Fucking hell. Also, guys, everything apparently has calories. Apparently, this has calories. Okay, guys, a liter is not a kilogram. What do I look like, a fucking scientist? You guys are all assuming too much, and I think it's the glasses. I think it's the glasses, so they're gone. Okay? A liter of water is a kilo, but oil is heavier. It's denser. Denser. But it's taking up the same amount of space. Oh my god. But if there's a liter of oil and there's a liter of water, they're both a liter. I'm literally, I feel I just need to remind you guys, I'm extremely intelligent. This just isn't for me. Okay. Liter is space. Gram is weight. Something can take up the same amount of space, but way different. Wait, I know this. Because fat takes up more room than muscle, but muscle weighs more than fat. So a barrel of fat would be lighter than a barrel of muscle. So a barrel of water would be lighter than a barrel of oil. There you go. I got it. Wow.
Pass-through rate for oil, that's actually pretty high because of the price elasticity of demand. So much of that would be borne by the consumer, but I mean, technically $1 per.
Just let me have it. No connections now. No correction. And there are different kinds of oil, and some are heavier than others. I've learnt recently about a new kind of oil called Brent, which is a boy's name. I'm assuming it's heavy. Name 5 guns. Glock, Smith & Wesson, rifle, shotgun, AK-47. Okay, guys. I live in Australia. Rifle, shotgun, handgun, automatic weapon. Bayonet?
per barrel is not that much. So that would be an increase of about 1 to 1.5% of the actual price of the barrel.
That's a knife attached to a gun, which makes a knife gun. A new kind of gun. A bayonet is a knife gun. It's the combination of a gun and a knife. It is a gun. It's when you stick a knife on the end of your gun and make a knife gun. We were learning about planes, and now... Okay, oi, you guys should be impressed that I even pulled Smith & Wesson out of my fucking ass. Okay? I know about the Glock from Rap. I know about Smith & Wesson from The Good Wife. Have I ever shot a gun? Yeah, I've shot a Glock. And I held it like a fucking gangster. Escalator is a brand name. You know what I have questions while we're speaking of brands, just quickly. I'm so bad at watching this video and reacting. I'm literally the worst streamer. I cannot focus for shit. But I do need to say this. Why the fuck did Yamaha go, we're going to make motorbikes, outdoor gears like chainsaws and pianos? Like, we're going to really specialize in fucking chainsaws, motorbikes, and pianos. Because they never thought they couldn't. But I spend time thinking, every time I see Yamaha on a piano, I'm like, what a pivot. What a pivot. Yeah, but what do we know Yamaha for? AMF, the bowling company, helped build Iran's first nuclear reactor. See, whatever happened to specializing? Why do you want to bowl and do nuclear? Pick a lane. Not, mind the pun. But truly, what, there wasn't enough money in pianos, so you had to go... I don't even know. Pick a straight. Pick a lane. Pick a treaty. Pick a blockade. Pick a weight. There was a war. Do you mean the Iran one? Are you saying that I should focus on the war? I'm trying. Donald Trump can't even focus on the war. He's the president. I had a really important job to do, which was work out weight of things. It's a constant struggle on this stream. But it feels like it's something I need to tackle. Because it keeps coming up. Oh, due to war. They're like, guys, Samsung has an exam? What were China doing with Huawei? Remember when it became a big deal and everyone banned Huawei? I want to know what was happening there. I want to know what was happening there. Yamaha had to produce war material and throwing pianos at the end. Okay. Fair enough. They were like, Yamaha, you got to stop with the pianos. No one wants to hear music right now. I think they forced them. I want to know what they were up to before that, though. Anyway, guys, no, please, we got to watch this video. We got to watch this video. We must.
barrel. And then you have the petrol prices that are determined not only by the cost of the oil.
The ship has boobies. Are they the... They're not the barrels. Because then I'm definitely going $1 a barrel. What are they? What are the white boobies?
Oil, but also you've got excise taxes, which can be pretty high, especially in Europe. So the actual effect of a $1 toll fee, or whatever you want to call it, on the price of, let's say, at the pump for the consumer would be relatively small.
Okay. He said $1, by the way.
Compared to the situation right now, where we've got more than 10.
That's an LNG ship. That's an LNG tanker. So no barrels for LNG. Isn't that gas storage? Guys, I can just tell you straight up, straight away right now. We are not getting into liquid gas tonight. We're not getting into that.
$10 million barrels per day basically blocked.
Because you can't be both a liquid and a gas. You got to work your shit out. They're two different things. Even I took science up to the point where I know that liquid and gas are not the same thing. You can't be a liquid and a gas. Okay? I don't want to discuss it.
Up, that would certainly be the lower short-term cost.
I know about LNG. I'm not talking about the concept of LNG. I'm talking about the structural, internal reality of LNG, which to me immediately is something I don't want to dive into, because I've already have a very strong belief about this. I feel very certain about this. There is liquid, and then there is gas, and then there is solid. And I listen to that part of science. Okay? So LNG is a concept I can accept because I don't have to interrogate the actual underpinning construction of what it is. Actually, you can find the exact temperature where a compound can be gas, liquid, and solid. I don't want to know about that. I don't want to know about it. Plasma is a solid and a gas. Okay, guys, I get it. You fucking love science. You're fucking science gooners. I get it. I get it. Some of us did 3 lines of English. Okay? I listened to some basic rules, and I took that with me, and I left the rest. For you science gooners who want to convince me that the 3 things can all be one thing at once. I already said and insisted upon the fact we're not getting into it.
The question is whether
insurance would be more expensive.
Exactly. So insurance might be more. It depends a bit on the security arrangements
I don't want to hear about
after an eventual ceasefire. Hopefully we will get to a more relaxed situation. But you're right. Insurance.
Wake, I don't know if you were here, but I put a moratorium on all non-carbon-based planets. If I can't land on you, you don't count. Okay? So you can keep talking about Neptune. I stopped thinking about that bitch forever ago because I felt lied to. Because when they show you that circle and they're like, hey, this is Neptune, it looks like something you can land on. And then I'm learning it's not even fucking, technically you could fly through it. Definitely Jupiter and shit. So I don't want to oh, did you know that technically parts of Neptune, it's solid liquid? What does that mean? Actually, Neptune may have a carbon core. Well, when we find that out, then maybe I'll let Neptune back in. I assume carbon is required to land on the planet. Yes. Guess what, Evan? It's my fucking world. And if I want the planets to be landable, like they are in Star Wars, then that's what's happening. Everything is one thing. The planets all should be the same. I just feel that isn't made clear enough when you learn about the planets. I really didn't understand till I was an adult that Jupiter was not something you could land on. Joe, what motivates you? I don't know. I don't know. Eleatic monism. Thank you, adaptable human. That's what I feel. Pluto's a planet to me. Pluto works for me. I was sad when they kicked Pluto out. I never kicked Pluto out. Unfortunately, as a white male nerd, it is my solemn duty to inform you they will often find that Star Wars is better than reality. And unfortunately, as a basic white girl, I need to tell you my favorite movie is Star Wars Episode 2.
Is a factor. Then you've got knock-on effects, rerouting, traffic.
Guys, I need to listen to this. This man is an expert, and I knew that would get a reaction, but it is true. Because I'm in it for the love story. And what's the love story in the later episodes? Man tries to fuck his sister. Not into that. So, what am I left with? Okay, Foxto, what am I meant to do? There's a ceasefire. Pussies, some of us have standards, okay? Please try to remember that, Foxtel. Fox 2, Fox. There was an election today. Wait. I'd like everyone to know that a new partnership has occurred, a defense partnership between America and the Philippines on a set of islands that begins with the letter B. I don't remember what they're called. Baladoc, Balachak, Balaku, Balabala. And this is important because they're right on the South China Sea. That happened today. Also, there is a really famous soccer player named something like Maradona. And he died. And there's an investigation into his death. Because the home care team were trying to make money off him. And then there was a mistrial because the first judge illegally let people into the courtroom. It may not have been Maradona, but that's the only soccer player I remember. Is he from Argentina? Because this is going on in Argentina. What other political news can I tell you? It's not Madonna. If Madonna died, we would have a stream of mourning where I would break all DMCA and it would be a full Madonna day. Other political news. Nigeria bombed a market, but I already told you about that, and they killed 400 people in their fight against Boko Haram, and we talked a little bit about the Sahel and the issues there. And what other political news do I know off the top of my head? The Pope is currently visiting Africa. And Africa is home to the largest growing Catholic community, in fact. In fact, currently, a third of the Catholics in the world are in Africa. So the Pope is currently in Africa. And there you go, Fox. Italy suspending cooperation with Israel. Maloney breaking ranks with Trump over Iran because of the criticism of the Pope. That's just for you, Fox. That's what I remembered off the top of my head.
Also resourcing oil because, certain suppliers and customers might be uneasy with the fact that, Iran has.
On site, the Pope, I think, weighs 75 kilograms.
Control over the strait. So all of this is a factor, but short term, I guess, for example, for the GCC states, economically speaking, it would make sense to probably pay that $1 per barrel to just get the oil flowing in.
I just want to say, $1 team, fucking won. $1 team. How do we pick a beef with the Pope? Okay, I can give you the Pope news because I'm all about the Pope news. The Pope was like, hey, blessed are the peacemakers. Let's be peaceful. Let's not do war. Kept criticizing the war with Iran. Kept being like, this is not cool. War is bad. Don't be fucking doing shit. This is bad. And being quite outspoken. And so then America sent Elbridge Colby over to threaten the Pope by invoking the Avignon papacy and saying, hey, if you don't get on board, we might just beat you to death. Sedevacantism isn't Catholicism, though. That's what I just wish they would understand. I get it. You want to be like, oh, the seat is empty. I'm a Catholic. I just don't acknowledge the Pope. You actually can't do that. You're not a Catholic. And you were not a Muslim. And Israel don't agree with me because look how far you pushed them. Oh, really? But the Vatican would say that's fake news, wouldn't they? Because they'd want to maintain the peace. They don't want people knowing that America is threatening. They weren't my words. They were Lupe Fiasco's words. Guys, please, let's watch the fucking video. I'm literally getting delirious. When I finish this video, I will be going.
The gas about. But the problem is, what are you buying into then, right? Are you accepting the dominance of Iran over the strait?
I think that's already accepted, right? Even so far in the deals, in the wording of the deals, there's like a tacit acceptance of some form of Iranian sovereignty over the strait. I think they like that. But that's why I don't think that a long-term toll will be permitted.
For the long term. And I think these ramifications are eventually what dominate the thinking. And it's not necessarily the short-term cost or price here.
Yeah, fair enough. Neil, of the tolls that we know have been paid, they have been paid in Chinese yuan, Chinese currency. And we also know that the Iranian...
Anyone else feel like he was a bit nervous about saying that too? Did we feel a hesitation with yuan?
...have said that they are considering future tolls to be paid in their local currency, the Iranian rial. And I wonder, realistically, how much could this potentially erode the US dollar's status as the global reserve currency?
Well, I think one of the things we can be reasonably sure of, we've talked a lot, haven't we, about the kind of uncertainty surrounding this conflict and the consequences. One of the things I'm reasonably sure about is that it's not going to fundamentally undermine the dollar's central role in the global economy.
It's kind of like what I said earlier. And now that this Englishman who is an expert agrees with me, glasses are going back on. That's right. I'm intelligent again.
And indeed, for that matter, global commodity markets in the immediate future. And part of the reason is just the sheer numbers involved. The size and scale of energy flows, particularly between Iran and China, compared to total global energy flows and compared to total cross-border transactions in the global economy, is tiny.
Yeah.
To put this into perspective, trade between the Gulf and China accounts for 3% of total global trade.
Damn.
So even if all of that was denominated somehow in renminbi, it's not going to have much of an impact on the dollar's role.
Wait, is it going to say something?
I'd like to apologize on behalf of all men.
Thank you.
Especially that weirdo at the start of your last stream.
Thank
There's
you.
nothing wrong with your thumbnail.
Thank you. Do you know how many people I bitched about that? Thank you. I accept your apology. And you know what? I'm going to accept it on behalf of the vast majority of men in my chat who made the conscious decision today not to apologize. You're lucky you caught me on a particularly silly day because I did notice. And it is only through the good graces of my magnanimous disposition that you all got away with it. But yes, thank you, Ruff. I appreciate it. You are forgiven for being a man today. So are the other men in the stream. Thanks to you. Some random guy, amateur, was like, why do you complain about men trying to flirt with you and get personal with you when you have such a sexual thumbnail? And I was like, my face? I would use that drawing. I fucking love that drawing. I love that drawing so much. But yeah, I just was like, I feel like, look, guys, I actually feel I'm being quite provocative today. I have a bare shoulder out. This is about as sexy as I've got on stream ever. Revealing my bare shoulder. I know it's a lot for a lot of you. And the glasses. Is there something sexy about glasses? So I'm doing a lot today. But given that this is the sexiest I've pretty much ever got on stream, and that the thumbnail is a photo of my face. Thank you, Faith. I just think it's a really crazy thing. And also, mind you, if I wanted to come on... okay, sorry, we're just going full screen for 1 minute. If I wanted to do this stream in a fucking bikini, if I wanted to do this stream in a push-up bra, and I still said, hey, it's not really appropriate to harass me or to try and blur boundaries, I would still be within my right to say that. I don't know what that was, but I liked it. Oh. Noon here. Gotta get outside. Bye. Thank you so much, Adaptable. Thank you. Have a great day. Enjoy the sunshine. But this is what I'm trying to say. Even if I came on here in the most sexually provocative outfit, if I said, hey, it makes me really uncomfortable when you guys do these things, and that is a boundary, that would also be totally right and acceptable and okay for me to do. So being called a hypocrite for having a thumbnail of my face, which is apparently sexually inviting, and then saying, hey, I really don't like it when you guys try to get super duper personal with me, apparently that made me a hypocrite. But I'm just saying, even if I came here in the most provocative outfit you've ever seen and I said, hey, sometimes it stresses me out when you guys try and get too personal with me, that would still be fine. That would still not make me a hypocrite. Just saying. Anyway, but the point is, I didn't do that. This is as sexy as it gets here, guys. Enjoy it while it lasts. I'll probably get post-stream clarity about my shoulder, and you'll never see it again. You know how I fucking play.
The dollar was involved in 90% of cross-border transactions in 2025. So that includes trade and global capital flows, capital account transactions. So yes, I'm sure that the renminbi is going to be increasingly used in global trade. Yes, I'm sure that some countries that look askance at what's happening in the
No, just quickly, he wouldn't let it go. And the thing is, I don't know if you've noticed, like, this is like the thing. I don't mind people disagreeing with me. I know, like, sometimes maybe I'm rough on the reply. I don't mean to be, but sometimes I am, and sometimes it's just the content, right? Like, I have to be a little bit animated, otherwise this would be the most boring stream ever. But like, I do not enjoy it when people attack me on character grounds, and it kind of really puts me off for the whole, like, to come in and that be the very first thing that I'm encountered with, where someone's like, hey, you're a hypocrite because you're obviously flirting with everyone with obviously your intention and your thumbnail is to be sexy as shit, and then you enforce this weird boundary. You're a hypocrite. It's like, I just don't like the character shit. That pisses me off. And then I turn into a whingy little bitch. And I can't do what Fox wants, which is good old politics coverage. You're right, Matthew. He would never understand insistence. He wouldn't understand the United Nations Convention on the Law of Insistence. You're right. Hang on, guys. This is a really intellectual stream. Okay. And I need you to all treat it as such. In fact, my hair, this is a YouTube chat, and I go to it. I am the Ayatollah, and I should really treat stream appropriately.
The US and kind of institutional degradation there will seek to try and diversify away from the dollar. But does that really mean that the dollar's position at the heart of the global economy is going to be fundamentally challenged? I don't think so, not in the short term.
Can I just ask one very brief point of clarification? On Sunday, as President Trump was announcing his blockade, we saw the value of the dollar go up, actually. And I wonder if that's because you think that the dollar is still a reliable safe haven, or because oil is priced in US dollars and the price of oil is...
I insist.
Well, I'm fucked now. I'll have to accept it. Thank you.
It's going to go up.
No, it's much more the former, I think. I think one of the things that we have learned through the course of this conflict, and there's lots of questioning of the dollar's role as a safe haven within the global economy at the back end of last year and through the tariff war after Liberation Day, actually it's functioned pretty much as a safe haven through the course of this conflict. We've seen it appreciate along with the Swiss franc. As an act like a traditional safe haven, even when commodities like gold have not, and US treasuries have not.
Why was there the push though earlier in the year for gold? What was that? What happened? Hang on. Did he explain that just then and I didn't listen? I'm really sorry.
What's happening in the US and kind of institutional degradation there will seek to try and diversify away from the dollar. But does that really mean that the dollar's position at the heart of the global economy is going to be fundamentally challenged? I don't think so, not in the short term.
Can I just ask one very brief point of clarification? On Sunday, as President Trump was announcing his blockade, we saw the value of the dollar go up, actually. And I wonder if that's because you think that the dollar is still a reliable safe haven, or because oil is priced in US dollars and the price of oil is going to go up.
No, it's much more the former, I think. I think one of the things that we have learned through the course of this conflict, and there's lots of questioning of the dollar's role as a safe haven within the global economy at the back end of last year and through the tariff war after Liberation Day, actually it's functioned pretty much as a safe haven through the course of this conflict. We've seen it appreciate along with the Swiss franc. as and act like a traditional safe haven, even when commodities like gold have not, and US Treasuries have not. So that I think the one lesson that we can take from, or one of the lessons we can take from this conflict, is that the dollar's role as a safe haven currency is still intact.
Donald, do you think that other countries around the world might look at this whole situation like, say, I don't know, China in the south with the South China Sea, and say, hey, Iran is charging a toll or wants to charge a toll for the Strait of Hormuz. A quarter of the world's shipping traffic goes through the South China Sea.
That's what I was saying.
We could charge a toll for using that waterway. Do you think that that's likely?
Yes, and of course, lawyers are very concerned about precedents
the lawyers are
being
concerned,
set,
guys.
as indeed are diplomats. So
Okay, well,
one of the things that I've been quite concerned about is that if the Iranian practice of seeking to charge tolls gains some momentum, gains some level of acceptability following the end of this conflict, well then, as you pointed out, there inevitably will be other countries who will start to think about their options. So a prominent example is that in the Straits of Malacca in Singapore, which are very significant international straits, of course, the three littoral states there, Indonesia, Singapore, and Malaysia, have for many decades long been concerned about what they see are the burdens that they have to bear in terms of the significant amounts of ships that congest their waterways, the environmental issues and concerns that they face. But they have been aware of the fact that they cannot impose a toll because of the legal principles that we've been talking about. So I think we will see that if there is some momentum behind an Iranian toll regime and some level of acceptance of that, that other countries will start to ask the same question, well, why can't we impose tolls?
Frederick, I'm going to ask you to...
I know it's like a very serious thing, but whenever you hear a phrase like that, well, why can't we impose tolls? It sounds very... It's very legitimate, but it just sounds like, Iran is doing it. Why can't we? It's like, first of all, you need to work out who the fuck is going to impose it, because all three of you can't. So let's start there.
Summarize here. President Trump talks a lot about how much oil the U.S. has, but obviously the price of getting American oil, Canadian oil out of the ground is higher than it is, say, here in the Gulf. I wonder if you think there's a scenario where maybe oil prices could come down organically just because you're going to have more American, more Canadian producers say, hey, we can make this profitable now that the price of oil is, say, 80, 90, 100, whatever it is, per barrel. Is that a realistic possibility here?
I certainly, once the price goes up, there's a lot of supply that was previously not profitable that is now profitable. And we do see developments in the US, but also in other countries to exploit what's called non-conventional.
He won his way back in. We might be able to have him on stream. Good to know. We got to be fair. We got to be fair in our assessment of these guys. They're all named Ian.
Reserves, so shale.
And I don't want to judge people for being whiny, because I can't, don't throw the first stone. He in glass houses, whatever the fucking saying is. I'm just saying, you expect a little bit more from states. I get very cold. That's why I like hoodies, because I like to cover the back of my neck and windproof the back. That's why I like a hoodie.
And offshore, which is more expensive, and that will probably be pursued. We saw that play out earlier in the 2000s and 2010s. And then that was cut short by the price slump of oil. But yeah, we see some signs of revival. There's also some political will behind that. But also places like China, for example. China has been very interested in becoming self-sufficient in terms of energy. And what probably many people don't know is China actually produces a lot of oil and gas, actually more so than, for example, the UAE. It's just that it's a huge country, so that it's still about only a quarter of what they need. But of course, there are offshore options that become more economically viable now. But
Yeah.
that will, of course, take a lot of time to get online.
Yeah. Neil,
so it doesn't have an immediate effect.
Yeah, certainly. Neil, look, we're talking so much about the uncertainty of the situation and the uncertainty in the world. There's no shortage of it these days. But everybody looks at gold as sort of this hedge in times of uncertainty. But help us understand why the price of gold has actually slumped a little bit as we've
Gold?
seen things get even more dicey in the Strait of Hormuz.
I think it's partly to do with what was happening to the price of gold before the conflict.
You know what I mean?
So throughout the course of 2025, we saw quite a big, really sharp run up in the price of gold.
Why though?
Initially, because justified on the basis that central banks were diversifying their official holdings of reserves away from the dollar and more into gold. Countries, particularly like China, trying to sanction-proof their official holdings of dollars and official reserves. So shifting out of the dollar into gold. That justified an initial rise in the price of gold. Then we got retail investors piling in, and the price of gold really.
And that's the weirdo right wingers, right?
Shot up over the second half of last year, such that it started to look, on most measures, like a bubble. And in many respects, started to behave like a risky asset.
I think it's legitimate to critique a whininess. It just shows lazy argumentation. If they do a toll, why can't we? Well, is your argument that the tolls are legitimate or not? Because the argument seems to imply that they could be, even though you started off saying they absolutely aren't. Yeah, I think that's a really good point. So it's kind of like, you never really felt that tolls were not something we should be doing. You just didn't want to be the first to move. The most interesting thing he said to me there about the gold was like, if you're holding a whole lot of American dollars or like American treasuries, there's the sanctionability of that, or like there's the ability to create economic pressure. So diversifying into gold and putting some of your funds into something that can't be affected by sanctions, that makes sense to me. Why random fucking 25-year-old men are investing in gold? I don't understand. But I don't know how much shit weighs. Why would I understand that? You know? Hey, Alex.
In days in the markets where we had risk on, the price of gold went up.
Alex, are you a gold investor? Do you invest in gold? You have any gold? Bars of gold? It's like young men and boomers. Okay, well, if you end up investing in gold, do be coming back and do be telling us why you do that. Thank you. Faith, I have to send you a clip of my stand-up comedy. Tix! Thank you so much. So how do you suggest getting the gold across the borders? Well, each bar of gold weighs about 1 kilogram. So we're going to take, what can I carry? I can bench 20 kilos because that's what the bar weighs. But if I carried it on my back, I can lift my dog. My dog is 35, but can I travel far? I don't know. But I'm thinking we walk it across the border. Thank you so much for investing in the moralist of coins. There is great morality given to all in this moment. Hello, it's all about owning elephants, as I see. All investors we invest in gold for purely diversification. Gold is heavy, but I'm in the age range you're referring to. I need that in... Faith. So I do stand-up comedy. I don't do it so much anymore, but I used to do it a lot. And one of my favorite jokes was talking about... Wait, should I show you? I showed pics recently. It's not a good room, but it's a funny recording. Do you want to see me do stand-up? Do you want to see a joke? It's not my best joke, but it just relates to what we're talking about. You want to see it? All right. Let me find it. I sent it to Pix. This is old. This is like one of my very early jokes, okay? But it still fucking rocks. It's still funny. I still agree with it. I just have to send it to myself. God, I share so much with you guys. And none of this, that's not funny, because you can go and do your own stand-up and I'll come heckle you, okay? This is just a joke that applies specifically to what Faith said. I'm looking for a purple top. Purple top. She tells the joke in a purple top. Sorry, you have to wait because I can't find it. But I just sent it to Pix. I just need to go into our messages. Maybe I sent it to her on Discord. Oh, this is getting too hard. No, I don't want to tell the joke. I remember the joke. I haven't done stand-up in years. You guys don't... I've done like comedy debates, but I haven't done any stand-up. Because I was just too funny. And they were like, Joe, you can't do this anymore. You're making all of the other comedians feel self-conscious. And I was like, you're right. You're right. I won't do it anymore. It's not fair. I must have sent it. This is back in the day. Yeah, this is... You missed the old Joe. Oh my God. I don't know where it is. No, I didn't. I didn't do any Melbourne rooms. How can I... Pixel, wake up. I know I sent you something. I need you to wake up. We text message too much. Yeah, what ended up... A big reason that I stopped doing it actually is because I wasn't bombing. And then it got to a point where I hadn't bombed in so long that I was like, when you bomb, it will kill you. You will not survive. Okay, this is my last look. Oh, I found it. Oh, you guys, we found it. Oh, I actually might know your dad. How weird. There are so many great comedians. This is not... Now, guys, now I almost don't want to show you because the build-up is way too much. And I literally just wanted to tell a joke about the stock market and astrology. Like, that's it. Oh, no. Everyone immediately lower your expectations. Wait. How do I make it big, but also, like, not... Okay, that'll do. It's fine. Okay. Expectations adjusted? Thank you.
Lots of you don't realise this, but, like, astrology has a lot of maths in it, like a lot of geometry. So much so that I've actually started to refer to myself as a woman in STEM. Yeah, I don't know why we put the maths in. I assume it's for men, but that annoys me because they've got their own made-up system, economics, so I don't know why they don't need to come into ours. That was my favourite part of the university experience. Like, every boy I went to high school with enrolling in an economics degree and immediately dressing like they were on their way to a piano recital 24/7.
Yeah, so it's my little astrology. Economics is boy astrology. Okay? All of that effort for 2 punchlines. Crazy. But we did it. Let me get the fucking video back. God. The way the men did dress like they were on their way to a piano recital, though. Someone said you may be able to recommend the astrology book. Correct, it's Parker's. Parker's Astrology. That is the astrology book. Yeah. A lot of those weirdos do a lot of astrology. A lot of those weirdos do. If you watch my video on MAGA Magic, a lot of them are into very weird stuff. Like Ronald Reagan had an astrologer, and they changed the time of their meeting with Gorbachev. The reason he took the meeting with Gorbachev is because the astrologer said that they would be able to make peace. All of the marketing girls were in sororities and dressed like that. Yeah. It's weird. Look at you. Holy shit. Rough. 22? Reagan's wife was into astrology, but he believed it too. Nancy Reagan was the president. That's what people don't understand. Nancy Reagan was the president. Ronald Reagan was an actor, not at all a factor, just an employee of the country's real masters, right? Thank you very much, Raf. Everyone's so moral today. That was for the comedy. Thank you. I appreciate it. But if you look into the Reagan's astrologer, like he would time his press conferences based off when she told him. She was like, wow, you and this man are going to be able to achieve a great peace. Like, yeah, okay, sick. Imagine if I hadn't found it, I would have been poor. And with those 22 gifted subs, I earned more in 30 seconds than I did in half of my comedy career. I did. I rapped a little bit of Reagan by Killer Mike. It does come up. Ronald Reagan was an actor, not at all a factor, just an employee of the country's real masters. Just like the Bushes, Clinton and Obama, just another talking head telling lies on teleprompters. If you don't believe the theory, then listen to this logic. Why did Reagan and Obama both go after Gaddafi? We're invading sovereign soil, going after oil. Taking countries is a hobby paid for by the oil lobby. Anyway. What are my thoughts on numerology? I'm not into it. Can't be into too many things. What's the next line? Same as in Iraq and Afghanistan, and Ahmadinejad say we're coming for Iran. Just in case me after one drink, I love bad bitches, that's my fucking problem. Okay? Me after 3 drinks, Ronald Reagan was an actor, not at all a factor, just an employee of the country's real masters. Me after 6 drinks, sometimes I want to purge. What if we went down Beverly Hills, got 70 kills? I popped one, shot one, got one. Ice up in the dome. You were like, name guns. You don't think I'm a gangster? Okay, guys. It's fine. I never really drink that much, so we never get to the purge level. Okay? guys. We have to finish this video so I can go to bed or I'll lose my mind. I don't know when I rap why everyone's like, oh my God, you're so funny. Comedy is amazing. That's me rapping. I'm not being funny. I'm being tough. I just need to do one more little rap for you so you understand how tough I am. Oh, blood the fuck up. Every day's a gamble, motherfucker, tough luck. And we gon' fuck the world to the bitch bust nuts. I can't tell you what's good, but I can tell you what's what. And that's bees up, hose down. Looking in the mirror, I'm nowhere to be found. Blood, I'm a dog, call me a bloodhound. Throwing blood in the air, leave blood on the ground. Just in case you want to know where I stand on that issue.
Days when it was risk off, retail investors will pull back and the price would go down. So the behavior of gold through this conflict and this crisis, I think, has a lot to do with the behavior of gold before the crisis, and the fact that we had this enormous run up in the price of gold, really reflecting the development of a bubble, and to some extent that bubble started to lose some air through the conflict.
Donald, I'm going to give the last word to you. Do you think that this blockade...
Thanks, it's actually me throwing bloods in the air, by the way. Throwing blood in the air. There's a bee. See the bees? Sometimes when I get to that purge level of drunk, I do start talking crip English, where I just don't say anything that has the letter after A in it. It takes a lot of thought. However, there are surprisingly few words with the letter after A in it.
And you know, the whole situation with Iran wanting to
I'm definitely
charge
getting
a toll on the Strait of
clarity,
Hormuz.
I can tell.
Is this going to be a blip on the historical radar, or is this really going to reshape, global shipping well into the future?
Well, I certainly think that we won't see a return to the status quo in terms of the Strait of Hormuz. So we won't see a return to the situation.
What will it be? Because they won't let the toll happen. What will it be, Professor?
As it existed on the 27th of February before hostilities commenced. But whether or not it has repercussions and creates a precedent for global shipping in the way that you suggest, I think very much remains to be seen. And one critical issue here is that Iran is not a party to the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, as indeed is not the United States. All of the other major players who have international straits within their waters are parties to the UN Convention on the Law.
Oh, so because they decide to play by the rules and sign up, they get punished? What the fuck?
Or the sea, which importantly contains compulsory dispute settlement mechanisms. So if other countries were to begin to unilaterally impose tolls, I think they would very quickly find that their position is being challenged before international courts and tribunals.
Gentlemen, I wish we had more time today. Donald Rothwell, Frederick Schneider, and Neil Shearing, thank you all for being here. We appreciate it.
I promise you all, as God is my witness, I'm going to try and get better at React content. I am going to try to sit through one video and commentate it the whole way through like a real streamer. I am so embarrassed that I cannot do this for some reason. This is my goal for May. By mid-May, I am going to be able to do a consistent beginning to end reaction. It will happen. Okay? In the words of President Donald Trump, praise be to Allah, it will happen. I am so sorry that this has been such a ridiculously silly stream. Even implementing the serious glasses, it was not enough. And I'm sorry for that. But it is now time it is in the title. Okay. As long as everyone knows that we were just being silly today. It's now time for the goodbye song. No, Faith, I was doing it before you got here. I've been in the silliest mood tonight. I don't know what's happening. I have been ridiculous all night. Now it is time to sing the goodbye song and bid you adieu. Okay? My throat is sore tonight as well. Okay. Hey, this was really fun. We hope you liked it too. Feels like we've just begun when suddenly we're through. Goodbye, goodbye, good friends, goodbye. For now it's time to go. But hey, I say, well, that's okay, 'cause we'll see you very soon, I know. Goodbye, guys. Be serious. Remember what things weigh.